Chapter 1029. Philip, destroy all traces of the calculations and the experiment report. Understood. The experiment report on the screen disappeared. Han Xiao waved his hand and put away the virtual screen. He then turned around and looked at Aurora and Phaidon behind him. Only the two of you know about this. Don't tell anyone else, or there will be trouble. Understood? Are you saying that someone like the Germinal organization leader will appear? Aurora pursed her lips, and the painful memories of the past flashed through her mind. A look of fear appeared on her face, but it was replaced by determination the next second. She believed that with Han Xiao and her sister by her side, she would not make the same mistake again. If this matter spreads, it will attract the interest of many universe giants, and you will be in danger. Han Xiao nodded. Heila's ability to shorten one's lifespan was something that Beyond Grade has feared, but Aurora's ability could make Beyond Grade as go crazy. Most Beyond Grade as were thinking of ways to extend their lifespans. Even those with long lifespans were no exception. For example, if ES God was still alive, he would definitely try to obtain Aurora's Esper ability at all costs. His priority would be even higher than the evolutionary totem. Not only the Beyond Grade, as even some advanced civilizations would be tempted. Aurora had entered the Calamity Grade, and the efficiency of her life energy production was very high. She could already heal people without worry. The civilizations would not treat her like how the Germinal organization treated her, but they would at least put her under house arrest and make her continuously produce life energy potions. This way, he would also be standing at the center of the storm, facing the covetous eyes of many Beyond Grade as. He had to be stronger than he was now to suppress the evil intentions of others. Aurora's ability was a double-edged sword, so before Han Xiao reached a higher level, he did not plan to reveal any information about Aurora. He did not plan to use her ability to build relationships with others. Fuding nodded and said, "Don't worry, I've always treated Aurora as my sister. I won't let the news leak." Han Xiao said a few more words to the two of them before letting them leave the room. He was the only one left in the room, and he began to ponder. After Aurora advanced to the Calamity Grade, her connection with Hela had become even closer. From his perspective, they seemed to be forming a symbiotic relationship. Now that Aurora had just advanced, she still needed to familiarize herself with her abilities. When she awakened the new ability to heal Hela from afar, the increase in Hela's strength would be extremely terrifying. In his previous life, Hela had lost Aurora early on. Without the other end of the symbiotic relationship, she could only go crazy in the cold universe alone. The current Hela did not walk the path of endless slaughter, so her growth was much slower than in his previous life. In a one-on-one battle, she was definitely not a match for her previous self. However, with Aurora, this supersized milk bottle that could ignore distance, Hela's combat strength would far surpass her previous self. Hela is probably going to catch up to me in terms of tankiness in the future. Han Xiao was helpless. Hela had an Aurora character summon card that could be used infinitely. Super high-risk Esper abilities were very powerful, and these two sisters could even form perfect cooperation and soul resonance. It was truly terrifying. Only psychic and spatial abilities could slightly suppress the life-sharing connection between the two. Han Xiao thought about it, turned on the communication channel, and sent a message to Ames, briefly telling her that Aurora had entered the Calamity Grade. In the sky above Blue Star, floating Dragon Island, Ames did not participate in the competition in the flickering world and remained in the Shattered Star Ring. She only allowed Floating Dragon to develop in a low-profile manner and not chase after opportunities. Although she did not participate in the Tide of the Era, Ames was very familiar with the situation in the flickering world. Han Xiao knew that Ames liked fun things, so he shared first-hand information with her every day, telling her what fun things were happening in the flickering world every day to satisfy her curiosity. Ames watched with great interest at home, treating it as a daily pastime. Checking Han Xiao's news regularly had already become a habit. In the bedroom of the palace, Ames leaned against the headboard, condensing her force field into a small ball and teasing a white giant bear lying on the ground like she was teasing a kitten with a stick. It was clearly a ferocious giant bear, but it was extremely obedient in front of her, rolling around on the ground. After Ames moved to Blue Star, Aurora had left the pets on the planet with Floating Dragon, asking her teacher to help take care of them as a pastime. There was another person in the room. Jenny stood at the door, reporting on Floating Dragon's business situation. Even if Ames was not paying attention, she still read the report seriously. The recent public opinion poll shows that 39% of the Floating Dragon warriors are dissatisfied with the current situation, an increase of 7% compared to the previous poll. Many of the warriors came for the title of Beyond Grade A, hoping to make a name for themselves under your command. However, for a long time, we lacked the opportunity to fight, causing the hearts of the people to waver. Especially when we are not participating in the competition in the flickering world, many of our subordinates are even more dissatisfied and lost a batch of warriors. Ames turned a deaf ear to him and continued to attack the bear with her force field. Jenny coughed and continued. Ignoring the trend of the times is not a wise decision. We should change our decision and step into the flickering world. Ames raised her head, glanced at her, and chuckled. Don't you dislike work? This is the 22nd time you've tried to persuade me to enter the flickering world. Why are you so enthusiastic now? Isn't this because you want to develop your organization? Jenny stroked her hairline. Facing this boss who left all the work to her, she was filled with helplessness. She hated heavy work, but Floating Dragon had gradually developed over the years, and she was not willing to let it go. She could not deliberately interfere with Floating Dragon's normal operations just to be lazy. As my subordinates, they should adapt to me, not me adapting to them. Ames did not mind and sighed. If only Black Star was still under me, I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Jenny. Her heart ached. Ames ignored Jenny's twisted expression, waved, and said, Anyway, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I won't go to the flickering world. I have no interest in that place. Jenny still wanted to say something, but at this time, Ames' communicator rang. She took it out, and her eyes sparkled. Blackstar sent me a message again. Jenny, wait outside for a while. Seeing this, Jenny could only swallow her words, turn around, and walk out of the room with a sour heart. I haven't even finished my business, and just because Blackstar sent me a daily message, you don't even want to listen to my important report. I was the one who came first. Ames did not care about Jenny and carefully read the message that Han Shao sent her. Other than the news that he had shared today, there was also a piece of news that made her feel refreshed. Aurora has finally become a calamity. My student is amazing. Ames was very happy. At the end of the letter, Han Shao also sent an invitation to visit Black Star Palace and meet Aurora. Go to the flickering world. Ames hesitated. If Black Star invited her, it was not impossible to go to the flickering world. How nice. With that in mind, Ames called Jenny in. Prepare the spaceship. I'm in the flickering world. You finally thought it through? I'll organize the troops immediately. Jenny was overjoyed. What troops? I can go alone. Ames waved the communicator and smiled. Black Star invited me to play. Jenny was instantly expressionless. Oh, I've been talking for so long, but it's useless. You go as soon as Black Star invites you. So, this is what it feels like to have a change of heart. At this moment, only one song could perfectly describe Jenny's current mood. In the human world, who doesn't feel like a purgatory when they're alive? Flickering world, free competition zone. More than 10 general-purpose spaceships flew slowly in the universe, carrying the guild players of Red Bay, Titan, Archipelago, and a few other famous clubs in Southeast Asia. Everyone, our next move is very important. It concerns whether we can quickly gain a foothold in the flickering world. In the meeting room, the captain of Red Bay, Viper, knocked on the table and said with a serious tone, Snake is right. Red Bay's veteran player, Force Python, agreed. He was once the captain of Red Bay, but because he was getting old, he took the initiative to give up his position to nurture the newcomers. Viper was the new captain who had replaced him last season. The Chinese players have a huge advantage now. Before the players of the other countries arrive, we should not provoke them and develop in a low-profile manner. Titan's captain, Bangkok Buddha, analyzed. However, the Chinese players are very forward-looking. Maybe we can imitate their play style and communicate with the NPC organizations. The Chinese clubs had an unparalleled advantage in the free competition zone, and they had the help of a large number of NPC organizations. This group of Southeast Asian guilds naturally did not dare touch them, and only wanted to gain a foothold and develop first. Due to the army's system, the Chinese guilds had learned the efficient playstyle of version 4.0 in advance, and the clubs of the other countries would naturally study it. Therefore, these Southeast Asian clubs also wanted to copy this playstyle. But it's not that easy. Someone hesitated. The Chinese players can become a formal subsidiary organization because of the Black Star Corps system, but our faction does not have such a system. We don't have the qualifications to be independent, so there's no way for us to become a formal organization. The guilds of these large clubs had not jumped ship and belonged to the factions that they had once worked for in Black Hole Edge. The other factions did not have the army system, so if they wanted to become a formal organization, they could only leave the faction and become independent. Obviously, they did not dare to do so now. Furthermore, these people were not free and had already been recruited by the faction. Before reporting to the faction stronghold, these guilds only had a very limited amount of time to move around freely, completely incomparable to the freedom of the army players. The faction's main storyline mission has already been released. We don't have much time left in the free competition zone. We have to find an opportunity quickly, Viper said. They discussed and decided to use the method of casting a wide net. Very soon, they ran into countless obstacles. They were not a formal organization and could only use the name of the faction behind them to pretend that they were a special team. Most of the organizations that they contacted directly rejected them. They were also foreign organizations, not local tyrants like the Black Star Corps. They were all competitors, and there was no need for them to take the risk. As for the remaining forces, they were willing to listen to their requests on account of their strength. Although the scale of these Southeast Asian guilds was not comparable to large countries like China and America, if they worked together, they would still be able to gather a few thousand people. As for Red Bay and Archipelago, because they were not independent organizations, they did not accept missions. They followed the agreement of the Chinese guilds and made requests for cooperation. Only then could they establish strongholds. Hearing their requests, the organizations that were originally a little interested directly hung up the communication, not even bothering with them. Viper and the others were very surprised and felt that this was different from what they had imagined. The Chinese players were clearly very successful, so why was it so difficult to communicate with the NPC organizations when it was their turn? After studying for a long time, they finally understood what was going on. These organizations were looking down on them because they were not qualified to be partners. The players of Red Bay and Archipelago were at most star cluster level civilizations, but in the current flickering world, there were too many star cluster level civilizations. The reason why the Chinese players were able to communicate with the various small organizations was because they shared the influence of the Black Star Corps. Many organizations were willing to share planets and cooperate with the Chinese guilds because they wanted to hug the thighs of the local tyrant, the Black Star Corps, to stabilize their strongholds so that other organizations would not dare to compete with them. As for the other star cluster level civilizations, they naturally did not have such prestige. These people were very helpless. Their factions were not strong enough, and it was very difficult to replicate the methods of the army players. The more they understood the power of the Black Star Corps, the more they envied the Chinese players. After putting in a lot of effort, these Southeast Asian guilds barely managed to establish a few small strongholds. They cannot be compared to the army players at all, following which these Southeast Asian professional guild players hurriedly responded to the recruitment of the faction and worked for the faction, unable to move freely for the time being. Even Red Bay and Archipelago, these first-rate guilds in Southeast Asia, had such a difficult start, not to mention the other Black Hole Edge players who had not joined the Black Star Corps. They did not have the capital to imitate the way the army players played and could only start like in the early stages of version 4.0 and Han Zhao's previous life. The Black Hole Edge players were the first batch to arrive, and after them, more Starfield players arrived. The situation quickly became complicated, and the world server gradually took shape. At the same time, Han Xiao had already arrived at the Emerald Star Cluster and hidden. Han Xiao had made so many arrangements for the army, and his leak farm had expanded smoothly. He could be said to be a merciless, fully automated harvester. As more and more fresh leaks jumped to the Black Star core, his efficiency of gaining experience increased many times over in a short period of time. When the number of Black Star core players increased to nearly 8 million, he finally accumulated enough experience to reach level 320. Chapter 1030. In the unexplored area of the Emerald Star Cluster, a high warp speed spaceship was hyperdrive. There was only Han Xiao and a portion of the Apostle weapons in the spaceship. He sat in the command room and looked at the star map. The target marked in red was flashing on the screen. The coordinates were somewhere in the middle of the Emerald Star Cluster. This was the location of the birth of the primal chaos mysterious energy that was revealed in ES God's Inheritance. The various organizations had not explored this place yet, so he drove the advanced spaceship that he had built and did not need to stop along the way like the other organizations. The birth of the primal chaos mysterious energy was not far away, so he went to wait in the bushes. Because of Evans, only Han Xiao knew that this coordinate was correct. The other organizations that had received information about the primal chaos mysterious energy still needed to try their luck at the coordinates shown in the data. This could reduce some of the competitors, which was very beneficial to him. Han Xiao's main body went out to be safe. If the competitors were not strong, he could just send his Lord's avatar to deal with them. This way, he would not have to expose his main body's location. However, at this time, Han Xiao planned to find a place to stay. He finally had enough experience to reach level 320, and his promotion was the top priority. During this time, he had been rushing. The foundation for the development of the Black Star Core had been set up, so he did not need to worry. As long as he waited for the foreign players to come to the flickering world, the army would automatically attract new players. Currently, the number of players in the army had reached about 8 million, and this was far from the limit. When the remaining Starfield players came to the world server, the number of players in the army would easily break through the 10 million mark. They would continue to replenish new blood and gain a large amount of experience. When all the players gather in the world server, the number of players in the army should reach about 5 million. It will temporarily be the largest player faction, second only to the 3 universal civilizations in the later versions of my previous life. Han Xiao thought to himself. Currently, not all the players had come to the flickering world, but the players had already attracted the attention of the various organizations. The situation was developing toward the early stages of version 4.0 that he was familiar with in his previous life. Because of his existence, the tens of millions of players who were supposed to be scattered were now in the Black Star Core. This would cause some changes, but Han Xiao was already mentally prepared for this. The phase of making a fortune through the players was over, and soon, the various major organizations would value the players' abilities as much as he did. Let's not think about this for now. Anyway, I'm in a good situation now. I'm sitting on the fishing platform. Han Xiao shook his head. He made the ship slow down and stop in space. Han Xiao exited the cabin and flew away from the spaceship with his physical body. He let the Apostle weapons protect him and turned on the device that hid the energy waves to hide the changes during his advancement. Opening the interface, Han Xiao looked at the astronomical amount of experience points. He could not wait any longer. I've finally accumulated enough EXP to level up. It's been a long time since I've experienced this feeling of flying. With that thought in mind, he did not hesitate and invested all his experience points into leveling up. His level, which had been stagnant for a long time, once again shot up like a rocket. Divine Throw Mechanic leveled up to LV8. Plus 450 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DX, plus 15 END, plus 20 INT. You have received 15 AP and 1 potential point. Divine Throw Mechanic leveled up to LV20. Plus 450 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DX, plus 15 END, plus 20 INT. You have received 15 AP and 1 potential point. You have reached LV 320. You have triggered the LV 320 promotion mission. LV 320 promotion mission completed. Promotion successful. Plus 90 basic END bonus. 1 END equals 570 health equals 580 stamina. Tyracle's Mechanical Legacy LV 320 special blueprint unlocked. Your energy level has reached LV 21. Your energy rank has exceeded 78,000. You have received the talent, God's Trait Transformation Machinery, 0 /. You have received the talent, God's Trait Transformation Void, 0 /. You have received 2 God's Trait Transformation Points. You have received 1, the first Sanctum Ability Fragment. All virtual technology type skills have their effects increased by 50%. Han Zhao's entire body shook. Every cell of his seemed to have become a black hole, swallowing the surrounding dark energy to improve his own cells. The upper limit of the Divine Throne Mechanic class was LV 60, and he could only change his class at LV 360. The next species evolution would be at LV 340. In Han Zhao's impression, LV 320 was supposed to be a normal promotion, but the notification that popped up on the interface made him excited. God's Trait Transformation? Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He was not completely unfamiliar with this term. In the later versions of his previous life, this concept had spread in the Beyond Grade A circle, and the players knew about it. Although there was very little information, according to the guesses on the forums, this should be an important factor in increasing one's life level. At the very least, his mechanical deity had the word God in it. In terms of divinity, the key of Adeptus Mechanicus seemed to be similar. However, he had never experienced what divinity was before. Why is it that the higher one's life level, the more idealistic it becomes? This makes it very difficult for a materialistic mechanic like me. So, 78,000 ONA energy rank and LV21 energy rank is the threshold to trigger the God's Trait Transformation? Han Zhao thought to himself as he endured the pain of his promotion. The calculation of energy rank was a rather complicated function, and it was not as simple as adding and subtracting. The larger the number, the greater the actual difference between each point. For example, the difference between 200 and 100 energy rank was the same as the difference between 10,000 and 9,900 energy rank. They were both 100, but the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The higher one's energy rank was, the harder it would be to increase it. When he broke through LV 300 and became a mechanical deity, his energy rank was 71,000. In the next decade or so, he continuously trained in new energy training techniques and increased the upper limit of his energy rank by a lot. He also spent a lot of EXP and potential points to increase his skills and knowledge. At the same time, he also obtained powerful talents and skills from Heber, Manison, Yining, and the others. He also obtained perfect mechanical sense from Nero. With all these bonuses, his energy rank had steadily exceeded 78,000. The 2 God's Trait Transformations are Machinery and Void respectively. They should correspond to my main class and race. So are they 2 different evolution paths? Or do they have to start from the same starting point? Han Zhao looked at the list of talents. There was a small plus behind the 2 God's Trait Transformations talents, and the effect of the talents was a question mark. Looks like I'll only know the effect after adding the points. The promotion gave me 2 God's Trait Transformation points, so I'll try adding 1 to both of them. The suffix should represent the upper limit of this talent, and I'll only be considered to have completed this talent after I've filled it up. However, it's also a question mark. I wonder how many points I need to add. With that thought in mind, Han Zhao tentatively added a point to God's Trait Transformation Machinery, and the effect of the talent immediately appeared. God's Trait Transformation Machinery, 1/. First stage, plus 1,000% machinery affinity, plus 20% ability strength, plus 20% basic effect of all mechanic class skills slightly increased. Han Zhao looked at the skill list. The increase in the basic effect of the skills meant that the increase of each level would slightly increase. The enhancement of all the mechanic class skills on his body was not high, but it was comprehensive. The bonuses are not bad, but it doesn't feel that powerful. Maybe it's because it's only the first stage? The more points I add, the more powerful the effect? Han Xiao raised his brows. This made sense. God's trait transformation void 1 / first stage exclusive racial talent increased. The racial talent of the void evolution path has been slightly increased. You have received 1,750 free attribute points. Mechanical genius, machinery affinity increased from 1.25x to 1.28x, and the machinery creation ability bonus increased from 40% to 44%. The other racial talents of the void evolution path were also more or less increased, reducing the cooldown by quite a bit. This is not bad. Han Xiao nodded. He had spent all his God's trait transformation points, and he did not know how to replenish them. Would they only be given when he advanced, or were there other ways to obtain them? If they were only given when he advanced, it would mean that the earlier he reached the requirement of 78,000 energy rank, the earlier he would be able to obtain God's trait transformation points. When his level was low, it would naturally be more convenient for him to advance, and he would be able to obtain more points than when he advanced. Perhaps this represented his potential? Han Xiao shook his head and looked at the other notification. What is this? The first sanctum ability fragment. He had never heard of it in his previous life. The introduction was also filled with question marks. Han Xiao did not understand what it was. From the name, the first sanctum, it did not seem to have anything to do with mechanics. Currently, he only had one ability fragment, so he could not use it even if he wanted to, so he could only look at it. I feel like this is a key factor. I'll find a chance to ask the dynasty if they have any information on this. I'll probably need to exchange it for contribution points, just like the information on the machinery faith. Han Xiao tossed the things he did not understand to the back of his mind and looked at the Tyracle's mechanical legacy. Some new blueprints would be unlocked at level 320 and 360. At this moment, he had unlocked a level 320 blueprint. He quickly scanned through it, and his eyes suddenly focused, revealing a look of surprise. F***, I've struck gold. Recently, my good brother got married, and he asked me to help him out. I've been drinking every day, so I've been quite busy. My 5th leave of absence this year will probably end here. Carrot? Chapter 1031. Among the Tyracle's mechanical legacy blueprints unlocked at level 320, there was a gold blueprint. Furthermore, it was not just one but two. Gold grade represented universal treasure-level equipment. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. This time, it was finally not a rare gold item, but a true legendary item. He originally thought that he would only have a chance of unlocking a universal treasure-level blueprint at level 360, but he did not expect it to appear at level 320. The value of this race talent was probably higher than he had imagined. He hurriedly opened the item introduction, and the two blueprints appeared before his eyes. Blueprint, Emperor's Robe. After the St. Tyracle's race witnessed the greatness of the mechanical deity, they fervently researched this super mechanical creation. This is a set of special equipment that can only be used by the mechanical deity. Han Xiao looked at the blueprints carefully and browsed through the effects of the two pieces of equipment. The St. Tyracle's race's attainments in super machinery were very high. The King mechanical suit had reached the level of a universal treasure and incorporated many of the St. Tyracle's race's advanced technologies. This mechanical suit was specially made for beyond grade A mechanics. The reference parameters of the blueprint showed that the basic performance of the King was at least 30% higher than the mechanical suit he was currently using. One had to know that his current mechanical suit was also a high-level orange equipment and was among the best of his grade. Other than normal combat weapons, the King also had unique functions that were extremely suitable for mechanics. As a piece of equipment specially made for mechanics, the King had additional bonuses for mechanics. It could provide the user with an additional total machinery affinity of 1.075, which was only slightly lower than the divine mechanical throne. At the same time, it could increase the radiation range of the mechanical force bonus by 35% and reduce the energy consumption of the mechanical force bonus. This would strengthen the endurance of the Mech Legion for normal mechanics. Furthermore, the king had a special energy converter that could absorb mechanical force and enter a special strengthening state. There were many stages, which greatly improved the mechanical suit's performance. It strengthened its close combat, instant acceleration, and defensive capabilities, allowing it to get rid of the sudden attacks that normal mechanics were most afraid of. Although this kind of man-made combat equipment was a universal treasure, it did not belong to the category of space wonders. Therefore, its quality was more reflected in its powerful performance. Very few of them had unsolvable abilities like the space-time amber. For example, the universal treasure level magic equipment made by the godly craftsman Thorn belonged to this category. However, emperors were an exception. What made Han Xiaoxin so happy was the core function of the emperor. When the Radiant Federation created the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device, they had borrowed some important technology from the Saint Tyricles. The core function of the king was related to this. The reason why the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device was a strategic weapon of the Radiant Federation was because of its unlimited teleportation ability. Not only was the teleportation distance extremely far, but most importantly, it was immune to all interference from spatial devices. All kinds of interference methods that were effective against normal teleportation were useless against the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device, and the Emperor had a similar effect. The king had a unique accessory called the throne. Both sides resonated, and no matter where the king was, it could bring the user back to the location of the throne instantly. This teleportation ignored external interference, and even if it was targeted by the wormhole countermeasure device or the space stabilization anchor, it would still be effective. The introduction of this function was the Emperor is not restricted. Not only that, when the Emperor returned to the throne, it could activate the follow-up effect of this function within 3 minutes and teleport back to the Emperor's original position, shuttling back and forth between 2 points. To put it simply, this was jumping left and right. With the shadow of the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device, as long as I have this set of Emperors, I won't be afraid of falling into a trap like ES God. I can return to the throne at any time and escape danger. Han Zhao's eyes lit up, considering his physique that was easily surrounded. This thing was a divine artifact. Although it was a fixed location teleportation and could not compare to the effect of the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device, it still had an irreplaceable effect. To a mechanic with a weak body, this was a divine ability to escape. As the saying went, where there is life, there is hope. This was very suitable for mechanics. Han Xiao looked at the manufacturing requirements and pondered. The cost is very high, but I can still afford it. Some of the core raw materials are very difficult to obtain, but that's a matter of the exploration era. Now, it's the galaxy calendar. As long as I have money, I can always buy these raw materials. I can afford the cost. Han Xiao was not worried about the materials. As the leader of the Shattered Star Ring beyond grade, as the strongest local tyrant of the flickering world, and the father of thousands of financial groups, his ability to spend money was perfect. His main concern was the difficulty of manufacturing. Gold-grade universal treasure equipment was very difficult to create, and it did not mean that he would definitely be able to create gold-grade equipment according to the blueprint. The most likely situation was that the finished product would not reach the level of a universal treasure, and there would always be various reasons that would cause the finished product to not reach the ideal state of the blueprint. I'm now level 320 and am already a peak beyond grade A mechanic. My basic manufacturing ability will definitely pass. Coupled with the talent provided during the Divine Throne Mechanic class advancement, the success rate should not be very low, Han Xiao thought. During the class advancement, Han Xiao had obtained a talent called Spirit Instrument. Its effect was to increase the success rate of manufacturing gold-gray blueprints. Now, it finally had a place to use it. The other unlocked blueprint, Emperor's Cape, was a special equipment used by the mechanical deity. Simply put, the king was the mechanical suit used by the mechanic, and the Emperor's Cape was the mechanical suit used by the mechanical deity. It looked like an oversized cape on the outside, and it could reduce the consumption of the divine throne mechanic to maintain the mechanical deity, indirectly increasing the combat time of the mechanical deity. Not everyone was as sick as Han Shao. Normal mechanics did not have much energy to recover, and the Emperor's Cape was equivalent to a delay spray for the mechanic, allowing the mechanical deity to last longer. Other than reducing the consumption, it could also provide additional protection and stabilize the interior of the mechanical deity. Because the mechanical deity was formed from the combination of countless machines, the tightness of the connection affected the defense of the mechanical deity. During the battle with Heber, Tai Tai had rushed into the hands of the mechanical deity, wanting to destroy the mechanical deity from the inside. Although it had failed, it had temporarily shattered the right arm of the mechanical deity. If not for the fact that Han Shao recovered his energy at a terrifying rate, just the cost of repairing it would have been enough to make a normal mechanic weak. However, with the Emperor's Cape, the interior of the mechanical deity would become extremely tough. Even if a peak beyond grade 8 pugilist invaded its body, it would be able to last longer. Other than the defensive ability, the Emperor's Cape would also give the mechanical deity a movement bonus. The huge size affected the speed of the mechanical deity, and the Emperor's Cape could increase the agility and attack speed of the mechanical deity. Both of these are gold equipment specially suitable for mechanics, as expected of the Tyracles race, famous for their machinery. Han Shao was extremely envious of these two pieces of equipment. After rejecting the dynasty's proposal to exchange for the evolution cube, he had thought that he would not have the opportunity to obtain universal treasure combat equipment in the short term. The effects of these two blueprints had given him a pleasant surprise. They were both combat equipment that could immediately increase his combat strength, which was exactly what he was currently lacking. I have to think of a way to create them quickly. Now, that many beyond grade as have gathered in the flickering world, the various organizations also know my strength quite well. If something happens, it will definitely be a huge crisis. Han Shao calmed himself down and looked at his attributes panel after his promotion. Level 320 main class, mechanic race, Black Star race attributes, 8016 STR, 7945 DX, 11714 YND, 20933 INT, 6430 MYS, 1368 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 2 050 potential points, 28 health, 13 984 273 stamina, 11 806 980 energy, 182075 LV, 21 LV, 21 energy bonus, plus 3206 STR, plus 3928 DX, plus 4870 YND, plus 6505 INT, plus 3123 MYS, plus 138 1520 stamina limit, plus 4282% machinery affinity energy rank, 82600 grade. SS standing at the peak, you can see more scenery. This is not the end of the path of evolution. You have to push aside the fog and gradually reach a higher level of life form. Chapter 1032. Compared to when he was at level 300, the increase in his attributes was very obvious. However, this was mainly due to his level 21 energy bonus, which was what Han Shao had accumulated during the version update. As one's level increased, the increase in energy bonus would also increase. This was an important component of a super's combat strength. The endurance bonus from the promotion this time was plus 90, which was 20 points more than the previous promotion. It was getting more and more difficult to level up in the later stages of the promotion, and the strength of each promotion would increase accordingly. Furthermore, the sudden increase in energy rank also increased the Grade S promotion bonus. There was a close connection between the various attributes, and the moment it was activated, Han Zhao's attributes were all strengthened. A normal promotion had given him such a huge increase, and Han Xiaoxin was very satisfied. As for these 2,000 plus free attribute points, Han Xiao thought about it and did not touch them for now. Now that his intelligence and endurance were both very high, he decided to increase them according to the situation. As for the potential points, he continued to use them to level up his class knowledges, prioritizing the ultimate knowledges. Currently, the ultimate knowledges that were maxed out were the 3 that he had obtained from the level 300 advancement mission: Eternal Energy Source, Virtual Creator, and Transdimensional Theory. The other 3 were all knowledge that were not part of his class and had a 3-fold penalty. Leveling up from level 1 to level 5 required a total of 288 potential points. Han Xiao had obtained quite a lot of potential points during the version update, so he upgraded these 3 ultimate knowledges a little. Now, the 28 potential points on the interface were just enough to max out Mechanical Life Tinder. However, after thinking about it, he did not do so. Instead, he chose Ultimate Mechanical Engineering from the ARM branch and leveled it up to level 3. This class knowledge was related to the crafting level. Han Xiao wanted to increase the success rate of crafting the King and the Emperor's cape, so he had to level up this knowledge first. Plans can't keep up with changes. I originally wanted to wait in the bushes, but now I have to work while waiting. Han Xiao shook his head. Now that he was alone outside, he could not use the workshop in the base, so he could only use the secondary dimensional weapon factory for now. Furthermore, he had to find a way to get the raw materials sent over. Counting the days, he probably would not be able to create it before the primal chaos mysterious energy appeared. The amount of work required to create a universal treasure was quite large, especially the enormous Emperor's cape. Now that I'm level 320, my combat power has increased significantly. The closer I get to the level of people like the Mecha Empire and the Void Overlord, the more I can feel their strength. Han Xiao sighed. Seeing the gap between their strengths getting closer and closer, he was quite happy. However, after the advancement, the cost of leveling up skyrocketed again. In the later stages of the game, the effects of each advancement were extraordinary, and the cost of leveling up also increased by leaps and bounds. I'm afraid it'll take a long time to accumulate enough EXP to reach level 340. Han Xiao nodded. Also, I have to find an opportunity to ask about the God's Trade transformation and the First Sanctum. Constellation Corridor, Red Empire's mother planet, Tarunamir Palace, the Empire's political center. The important leader of the hardliners, Bekarodi, was resting in the conference room with his eyes closed. After a while, a remote projection appeared in the room. It was God. You're here. Bekarodi opened his eyes. I hope you called me here to inform me of good news. God's expression was calm. It is indeed good news, Bekarodi said with a deep voice. The application you submitted has been approved. The dynasty's upper echelons have decided to let you use the primal chaos mysterious energy, provided that your Esper ability can really control the primal chaos mysterious energy like you said. The dynasty had placed a bet on Black Star, believing that he would be the most important national pillar in the future. However, the dynasty did not mind having a second person like him. After all, God's Esper ability was too rare. The dynasty was willing to spend a lot of effort to cultivate God, who had extraordinary potential. Not to mention, this person was a direct member of the dynasty, not an ally who refused to listen to orders. I know how far my ability can go. As long as the dynasty is willing to trust me, I won't disappoint the dynasty. God smiled calmly. As long as you can prove yourself, the dynasty won't be stingy with resources to cultivate you, just like Black Star now. Bekarodi's tone became heavier when he talked about Han Xiao. Han Zhao's refusal to trade the evolution cube for 3 made Bekarodi very unhappy. Hearing this, God smiled faintly and did not say anything. He casually changed the topic and said, "The primal chaos mysterious energy is about to appear. It's almost time for the primal chaos mysterious energy to appear. How's the dynasty's preparation?" Bekarodi nodded. The dynasty has already sent troops to the locations indicated in the intelligence. At the same time, they've discovered the abnormal movements of many organizations. It could be confirmed that they have God's legacy and are our competitors for the primal chaos mysterious energy. What kind of organizations are they? Not many, but their composition is complicated. There are all kinds of organizations. However, Radiance and Ethereal don't seem to have made any moves. I'm not sure if they know. Sounds like there are a lot of uncertainties. Can you guarantee that the dynasty will get the primal chaos mysterious energy? The current situation is still unclear. The dynasty's prophet has sensed some vague information and believes that the Emerald Star Cluster is the most likely place for the primal chaos mysterious energy to appear. The flickering world happens to be our territory, so the dynasty has decided to ask some beyond grade A allies for help, Beccarodi said. Black Star? He's not a candidate for the dynasty. Beccarodi shook his head. The Black Star Corps had the largest organization in the flickering world. Logically speaking, asking Black Star for help should be the most reliable choice. However, the dynasty did not do so, and Beccarodi did not explain why. God's heart skipped a beat. He obtained some information from this sentence and smiled in his mind. TSK. It seems like because of the evolution cube, the dynasty and Black Star are indeed on bad terms. It's probably like a fight between a couple. God's eyes sparkled, and he calmly said, "If that's the case, I have a suggestion. It's best to move Black Star away to avoid unnecessary trouble. I don't have the authority to order Black Star to do anything." Beccarodi waved his hands. Recently, there was news saying that the Black Star Guards are all in Black Star Palace, and even Ames from the Shattered Star Ring went to visit. Therefore, Black Star's main body is most likely still in the base. It seems like he doesn't know anything and won't interfere. After pausing for a while, Beccarodi's expression darkened. However, even if Black Star interferes, the dynasty can still make an exchange with him. With his current situation, the chances of him rejecting our proposal again are very small. He should know how to make up for his relationship with us. That's good. I don't want any accidents. God narrowed his eyes. The dynasty did not want to see a special talent like him face any risks before he grew up, so he was not allowed to interfere. What God had to do was to obediently stay at home and wait for the dynasty to hand over the primal chaos mysterious energy to him. With the dynasty helping me, this is too convenient. God laughed and shook his head. Many things have happened in the past few days, so I don't have much time. I can only be a little shorter than usual. Everything will return to normal when I get home on the 18th. Chapter 1033. They want me to snatch that famous primal chaos mysterious energy for the dynasty? In a certain dynasty ally's stronghold in the flickering world, Raven Loudy was surprised to receive the news from the dynasty's upper echelons. As a member of the elderly heavenly group, Raven Loudy, who had the nickname Arcane Fox, had quite a bit of weight among the dynasty's beyond grade A allies. His position was even higher than Kohler and Bayoni, who were at the bottom of the food chain. Although he was not on good terms with Black Star, there was no conflict between the two of them. Of course, Raven Loudy did not know that the space-time amber that originally belonged to him had been taken away by Han Shao. Otherwise, he would have probably joined the dynasty's anti-Black Star alliance that currently only had Heber as a member. It was normal for the dynasty to ask him for help. What surprised Raven Loudy was the news of the primal chaos mysterious energy appearing. This was also the first time he had heard of this. Primal chaos mysterious energy. Ravenlaud's eyes sparkled. To be honest, he was a little tempted. This kind of primal Esper ability entities on the super high-risk Esper ability list were extremely rare and could only be found by chance. If he could take it for himself, he would be able to cultivate a powerful assistant. Alternatively, he could use sealing magic to seal the primal chaos mysterious energy on a special magic puppet and use its abilities to make it reach the standard of a universal treasure, turning it into a powerful magic tool. However, this greed only existed in his mind for a few seconds before it was extinguished by Raven Loudy. His organization was in the Constellation Corridor and was deeply influenced by the dynasty. There was no need to go against the dynasty's wishes for a primal chaos mysterious energy. The dynasty told him this information to ask for his help. If he was tempted, he would be offending the dynasty, which was not worth it. There was no need for him to do this. However, a universal treasure, Raven Loudy, was a little reluctant. It was not that he did not even have the magnanimity to let go of the primal chaos mysterious energy, but ever since he saw Han Zhao's space-time amber, his heart had always felt empty, as if he had missed out on something. He had formed an obsession with universal treasures. This mentality was like a kid seeing other kids have good toys and could not help but want to get one too. There is only one word to describe it: jealousy. Since the value of the primal chaos mysterious energy is comparable to a universal treasure, I can propose a condition to the dynasty. Raven Loudy reported his request to the dynasty. If they wanted his help, the dynasty would have to take out a universal treasure from their treasury in exchange. Not long after Raven Loudy made his request, the Empire's reply came. They agreed to Ravenlaud's request, but there were additional conditions. If the primal chaos mysterious energy appeared somewhere else, Raven Loudy would only receive some resources as a reward. Even if he did not contribute, he would at least be rewarded for his hard work. If the primal chaos mysterious energy appeared in the Emerald Star Cluster, as long as Raven Loudy snatched it back, he would be able to pick a universal treasure from the dynasty's inventory. Along with the reply came a list of the universal treasures that the dynasty allowed Raven Loudy to exchange for. Most of them were combat equipment, and this was the list that he had taken out to exchange for the evolution cube with Han Zhao. Raven Loudy browsed through it carefully and nodded in satisfaction. Han Zhao did not care about these things, but Raven Loudy did. It could not be helped. As someone who had the evolution cube and the space-time amber, Han Zhao did not care about normal universal treasures at all. With the reward, Raven Loudy was finally motivated for this mission. He carefully looked through the list of competitors provided by the dynasty and smiled confidently. How hard could it be to snatch something from a bunch of small fries? Somewhere in the unexplored area of the Emerald Star Cluster, a fleet was moving through hyperdrive at high speed. There were no markings on the outer armor of the spaceship, so the origin of this fleet could not be determined. Inside the main ship, a tall figure in a purple robe stood in front of the command platform. He had the aura of a big shot that kept people away as he stared at the star map silently. The red dot on the map also marked the coordinates where the primal chaos mysterious energy would appear. Beside him, a fish-like creature that was bound by magical ropes had a nervous look on its face. It said with a trembling voice, "That's right. Your Excellency's secret master. I swear that this information is real. It's definitely ES God's inheritance, not fake news that I made up. That better be the case, or else you know the result." A cold voice sounded. The purple figure turned around and glanced at him. His exposed skin was full of complicated and beautiful magic runes, flickering with fluorescent light. There was not a single piece of clean skin on his body. He was like a heavily addicted tattoo enthusiast. Just like Beast Ancestor Garutan, this person was also a protector of the galactic black market. He was the famous secret master in the mage world. He had amazing knowledge in rune magic, alchemy, and mysticism, especially mysticism. The reason he had such a nickname was that it was rumored that he had some kind of magic that could control luck and was good at divination and prediction. The tattoos on his body were all tablet-level rune enchantments that could provide powerful enhancements to his main body. Secret Master's faction was characterized by extremely advanced rune magic technology, which was evident just by looking at his subordinates. Every one of them was wearing exquisite rune magic energy armor, and their exposed skin was also full of complex spell carvings. Secret Master looked back at the star map, and there was a slight fluctuation in his cold eyes. Primal chaos, mysterious energy. Not long ago, he had suddenly divined that something big would happen in the Emerald Star Cluster that might be beneficial to him. Therefore, he had used the ability of the black market to investigate it. Under the effect of great luck, he had discovered a small organization that had snatched ES God's inheritance back then. They happened to have the coordinates of the primal chaos, mysterious energy. After capturing and interrogating them, Secret Master had also become interested in the primal chaos, mysterious energy. He was someone who did not mind using all kinds of external means to increase his strength. The enchantment runes all over his body were proof of this. At the same time, he also had a large number of high-quality magic tools in his hands. He had an obsessive-compulsive habit of collecting rare items. It was only natural that he would want to get his hands on something as rare as the primal chaos mysterious energy. Due to the distance, he had sent his officers to the other coordinates. However, he had personally gone to the Emerald Star Cluster, which had the highest possibility of being there. I wonder what kind of organization will come to snatch it. This question flashed through Secret Master's mind, but he soon forgot about it. He had great confidence in his organization. No matter what organization came, he just had to beat them up. How many of them could beat a beyond grade A like him? On the other side of the Emerald Star Cluster, in the stronghold of the Moto civilization, an elite team made up of Calamity grade supers gathered at a secret dock. The commander of the Moto civilization's expedition fleet, Roddick, and Lagos stood at the front, inspecting this team. I'll leave the primal chaos mysterious energy in your hands. Roddick nodded solemnly. Some advanced civilizations also had some information about God's legacy. Among them, the Moto civilization was one of those who knew about the primal chaos mysterious energy. There was no reason for the Moto civilization to let go of such a good thing. Other people were responsible for the other locations, but the coordinates of the Emerald Star Cluster were taken care of by the expedition fleet led by Roddick. Ever since the expedition fleet was attacked by the mysterious organization, Roddick was pressured by the upper echelons and became much more vigilant. He was very careful when it came to mobilizing resources. However, it was useless. The reinforcements from Shattered Star Ring were often attacked by the unknown organization on the way, which wasted a lot of time. Luckily, after they came to the free competition zone, the Supercluster Civilization allies who were on the same side when it came to the flickering world helped them a little, making the situation of the Moto Civilization's expedition fleet a little better. With a large number of bodyguards gathered, Roddick's fleet was no longer attacked in the Emerald Star Cluster. Therefore, he freed himself and mobilized his elite troops, preparing to complete the mission given by the upper echelons and send people to capture the primal chaos mysterious energy. A superstar cluster civilization had a vast territory and rich resources. They also had a lot of high-level combatants. Their Calamity-grade combatants numbered in the tens of thousands. It was not something a star system civilization with only 10 to 20 Calamity-grade supers could compare to. The Moto civilization placed a lot of importance on this expedition and had mobilized more than 100 Calamity-grade combatants. This elite team that was sent to capture the primal chaos mysterious energy included 40% of the Calamity-grade officers of the expedition fleet, about 40 to 50 of them. This was a powerful armed force that could completely dominate anyone below the beyond grade A level. For this operation, the Moto civilization did not inform the other supercluster civilization allies, planning to monopolize it. After all, there was only one primal chaos mysterious energy, not enough to share. Maybe other civilizations also knew this information, but the Moto civilization obviously would not tell others voluntarily. Watching the fleet enter stealth mode and set off quietly, Lagos came to Roddick and asked worriedly, "Isn't it too risky? Isn't it too risky to send so many people out? If anything happens, we'll lose a large number of elites. You have to know that every Calamity grade is extremely difficult to nurture." I told them to be careful. If there's a beyond grade A involved, they'll act cautiously. If there isn't, they can completely crush the other competing organizations, Roddick said with a deep voice. But if we send them out, our stronghold's defenses will be empty. Aren't you afraid that the black, mysterious organization will attack us? Lagos' eyes flickered. Humph, our supercluster alliance's strongholds help each other and even hired a few beyond grade As. These people are more reliable than Garros. So what if Black Star is powerful? He won't dare touch us. Roddick snorted. His tone was firm. Now is not the time to rush. Back then, they were alone and helpless, so there was nothing they could do even if they were attacked. Now that their teammates had gathered, their defense line was impenetrable. If Black Star came to cause trouble, he would have to face the entire Supercluster Alliance. He did not think Black Star would dare do that. At the same time, in the Star Pupil God Race's stronghold in the free competition zone, after the Flickering World opened up, Cisco naturally would not let go of this opportunity. He also followed the Arcane Church to develop and build a stronghold in the free competition zone. Because the three universal civilizations had a tacit understanding, Cisco was not targeted during this period. His days were quite comfortable. Seeing the exploration fleet's work getting better every day, he was very happy. Let's observe the situation first. If we can stabilize our territory in the Flickering World, we can move some of our people here and reproduce as a branch of our race. At the top of the base, Cisco looked up at the sky and planned his relocation plan. At this time, an officer hurriedly walked over. "Leader, the base's radar has discovered 2 fleets approaching. They seem to be fighting. One of them only has 3 battleships left and can't hold on for much longer. According to their trajectory, the flames of war will spread to our stronghold very soon. What should we do?" Cisco looked at the 7 radar images and calmly ordered, "Chase them away. Don't let them fight near my territory." After the order was passed down, the subordinate quickly followed it. However, after a while, this officer hurriedly ran over again. "Leader, the enemy has been chased away, but the people we saved are unwilling to leave. There's a calamity-grade super among them. He thinks that you saved them and wants to lead his troops to join us. Seek refuge with me?" Psyker was slightly taken aback, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He suddenly remembered that ever since he was targeted by Black Star, no one had come to join him for a long time. He had almost forgotten what a beyond grade it looked like. This long-awaited feeling was really good. Invite him over. I want to see him. Cisco was gratified. His attitude became much friendlier, and he was prepared to personally summon him to show that he valued him. After a while, this calamity-grade super was brought before Cisco. His injuries were not light. Clearly, he had gone through a fierce battle. "Greetings, Your Excellency, Star Pupil." This person had a face full of gratitude. Ignoring the pain in his body, he bowed respectfully. "You saved my life. I'm willing to join you and work for you." It's nothing." Cisco looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very pleased. This person's respectful attitude made him feel like a beyond grade A again. "To thank you for your kindness, I would like to give you a gift. This is a piece of precious information." "What information?" Cisco was curious. "Clues to the legendary super high-risk Esper ability, the primal chaos mysterious energy." Hearing this, Psyker paused, his 7 eyes flashing with interest at the same time. At the same time, in Black Star Palace, "What? He invited me over, but he went out on his own?" Ames narrowed her eyes. The temperature in the room seemed to have dropped by 100 degrees. A powerful force field gushed out, rumbling and rolling. The floor and walls made of high-strength alloys around her trembled nonstop, making tearing sounds. Obvious distortions and cracks quickly appeared. Aurora's legs turned to jelly. She lowered her head guiltily. An angry teacher is so scary. Just from this powerful force field, she could feel Ames' anger. She had happily accepted the invitation, came all the way here, only to find out that she had been stood up. Anyone would be angry. No, this was not just as bad as standing her up. He was clearly not at home, but he had called her over. It was like a prank. Even someone as carefree as Ames couldn't help but feel annoyed at being played around with. Aurora swallowed and carefully said, "Teacher, why don't you stay here for a while? Uncle will definitely come back." Ames glanced at her coldly and subconsciously retorted, "Do you think I have a lot of free time?" As soon as she said that, the 2 of them fell silent. Aurora wanted to say something, but she stopped. "Don't you know if you're salty or not?" The 2 of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. After staring at each other in silence for a while, Ames suddenly retracted her raging force field. Without changing her expression, she deliberately said in a nonchalant tone, "You can stay for a while. I'm mainly here to find you. I don't care if Black Star is here or not. Seeing him annoys me. It's best that he's not here." "Aurora, Under the influence of the first law of obedience, she felt like she believed her. Chapter 1034. Inside the Black Star spaceship. Is that so? Ames has already arrived. Let her stay at my place for a while. Oh, you've already settled her. Good job. I'll reward you with a little red flower when I get back. Han Xiao looked at Aurora's angry face on the communicator and chuckled. After settling Ames down, Aurora immediately contacted Han Xiao and explained the situation. Her tone was filled with resentment. To purposely stand her teacher up and let her deal with it, Black Star was too mean. You'd better talk to her, or Her Excellency Dragon Emperor will definitely be even angrier. I have my own plans. Treat her well and use your cuteness to calm her down. I'll explain to her when I get back. Han Xiao hung up after chatting for a while and shook his head with a smile. Inviting Ames to Black Star Palace was a deliberate move by him to deepen the misunderstanding and make others think that his main body was in the headquarters. At the same time, he could strengthen the armed forces in the headquarters while he was out, mainly to protect Aurora and the others. After all, there were many ways to do mysticism. Now that Hela had revealed her abilities, there would definitely be people who would perform divination on her. It was hard to say if someone would divine the strengthened life link between Aurora and Hela, so it was never wrong to be more cautious. Putting this matter aside, Han Xiao pulled out the information the dynasty had sent him a few days ago. After his promotion, he had asked the dynasty about the God's trait transformation and the first sanctum and obtained some confidential information. According to the information, after entering the peak beyond Grade A realm, one would need to dig deeper into the super system and the essence of one's genes. When one's life level sublimated to this stage, there would be some changes and a new sublimation pathway would appear, known as the God's trait transformation. Every step of the transformation was a special sublimation, giving one new strength. It was like the sublimation of life had crossed a certain boundary and given birth to a new superpower. Most peak beyond grade as believed that this was an important factor in leading to that unknown higher realm. Meanwhile, the God's trait transformation seemed to have no end. Until now, no one had heard of anyone who had completely completed the God's trait transformation. It was still a mystery. When Han Xiao asked about the God's trait transformation, the dynasty was not surprised. With Black Star's current status, it was not strange for him to come into contact with this field. Furthermore, Han Xiao had just held the meeting of the gods a while ago, so it was very likely that he had heard this term from the other peak beyond grade, as in turned around to look for more information. This information cost him some faction contribution points. Not only did it include the introduction, but it also included the dynasty's research on this, as well as the experience and understanding left behind by the previous peak beyond grade as. This allowed Han Xiao to have a better understanding of the effects of the God's trait transformation. However, he did not find any other way to obtain God's trait transformation points. It seemed that he could only obtain points through life hierarchy advancement. However, it was still useful. Han Xiao combed through the information and vaguely discovered pattern. The God's trait transformation points that came with every life hierarchy advancement was not fixed, and it seemed to depend on many factors. Although the others did not have an interface and could not quantify their attributes, Han Xiao calculated based on the information and guessed that there might be a few conditions that affected the God's trait transformation points for every promotion. The highest attribute must exceed 20,000 points. The secondary attribute must exceed 15,000 points. The energy rank must exceed 85,000 points. The class knowledge must be maxed out. The soul link to a universal treasure, and so on. Every time these conditions were met, the God's trait transformation points would increase by 1 every promotion. He had obtained 2 points on his first promotion, which meant that he had fulfilled 2 of the conditions. If I want more points, do I have to be well prepared? Han Xiao thought to himself. Obtaining 2 God's trait transformation points on his first promotion was not the best, but it was not bad either. It was just average. This meant that at the peak beyond Grade A level, suppressing one's level was the mainstream way to fight. Only by fulfilling more conditions would one gain the most from the promotion. If I'm not wrong, the subsequent promotion missions might require me to reach a certain level of God's trait transformation. Han Xiaoxing thought about it and immediately understood where the difficulty lay. If a normal peak beyond grade A did not accumulate enough God's trait transformation points during the promotion, they would not be able to reach the required level of transformation for the next promotion. Then their path would be completely blocked, and they would not be able to continue evolving. Their strength would be capped because of this. No wonder. This difficulty is too high. There can't be any mistakes. Perhaps this is the main reason why all peak beyond grade as are unable to step into the higher realms. Han Xiao was speechless. One wrong step, and he would fall into the abyss of no return. It was scary. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on the idea of suppressing his level for the sake of God's trait transformation points. The existence of the mission completion card allowed him to ignore all kinds of harsh promotion requirements. I don't get many points for one promotion. Then I'll just have to promote a few more times. Leveling up is my biggest advantage. Suppressing my level is neglecting the essentials. Although the God's trait transformation points were good, the increase of the promotion was much greater. Han Zhao's thoughts were very clear. It did not matter whether the God's trait transformation points were high or not. It was fine as long as he could fight better than anyone. The information on the God's trait transformation points was obtained smoothly, but the information on the first sanctum shocked Han Xiao, because even the dynasty did not know what it was. I only found out that I obtained the first sanctum skill fragment after my promotion because of the interface. Is that why the other peak beyond grade, as in history, did not obtain this ability, leading to no one discovering this thing? Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Even the 3 universal civilizations did not have relevant information. This was probably a major discovery that set a precedent. What is the sanctum? It sounds like a location, and since there's a first sanctum, will there be a second or third sanctum? It would be great if Bold Explorer could be used on this. Han Xiao felt that it was a pity that this ability could only be used on unknown items and locations. It could not be used on the skill fragment in the interface. Putting away the communicator, Han Xiao looked out of the porthole. It was not dark space outside, but a bright sea of light. This was a certain location in the central area of the Emerald Star Cluster. There was a large cloud of bright nebula filled with gas and dust. The gas was ionized by the radiation of the stars, releasing light. At the same time, the nebula reflected, scattered, and projected the light of the nearby stars in the area. The colors of the entire star field were mainly green and red. It looked dreamy and beautiful. In the universe where most areas were dark, this was considered a rare beauty. The primal chaos mysterious energy will appear in this nebula. It's time to set up. Piloting the stealth spaceship, Han Xiao looked for a place to hide, carrying out the strategy of hiding in the bushes. He planned to hide in the dark and be unaware of the Oriole behind. As the date of its birth approached, more and more fleets arrived at this nebula. They were all here for the primal chaos mysterious energy. Most of these organizations were ordinary organizations. Some were determined to obtain it, while others were just trying. They were on guard against each other, as if they were facing a great enemy. However, when they saw the fleets of the 2 universal civilizations arrive, their hearts sank to the bottom. Raven Loudy came with the dynasty's fleet. Although Cisco only brought his own fleet, he had the background of Ethereal, so the organization's presence saw him as being instructed by Ethereal. With the intervention of 2 universal civilizations, the chances of obtaining the primal chaos mysterious energy became extremely slim. However, no one planned to back out. After all, they had already come all the way here. Even if they could not obtain it, they had to participate. A small number of fleets from advanced civilizations, including the Moto civilization, were not discouraged. On the surface, there were only 2 beyond grade as involved. If the 2 of them kept each other in check, they felt that they still had a chance. You guys act according to the situation. In the communication channel, Roddick ordered the elite troops, made up of a large number of calamity grades. On the other side, in the eyes of Ravenlouty and Cisco, the other competitors were all small fries. They only saw each other as their biggest competitors. Inside the dynasty's flagship, Ravenlouty looked at Cisco's fleet from afar and narrowed his eyes. Cisco didn't bring the ethereal fleet. He didn't report to ethereal and wants to snatch it himself. He's much braver than me. He originally thought that this trip would be easy, but now that a beyond grade A was involved, the difficulty immediately increased significantly. However, Ravenlouty was not nervous at all. His expression was very relaxed. Only Cisco came, and Ravenlouty was confident that he could take care of this seven-eyed brat. With his strength, dealing with Cisco was not difficult. This guy was not someone he was afraid of. For the universal treasure promised by the dynasty, Ravenlouty was determined to obtain the primal chaos mysterious energy. From the current situation, he felt that victory was within his grasp. On the other hand, Cisco, who was in the opposing fleet, felt troubled. Even Ravenlouty is here. Cisco's expression did not look too good. The calamity grade who submitted the information on the primal chaos mysterious energy saw this and said, "Your Excellency, star pupil, the situation doesn't seem to be good for us." Cisco forced a smile and comforted him. "Don't worry. Whether we can obtain it or not, I will remember your contribution of submitting the information." He did not only care about his own strength, but also the strength of his race. He tried to cultivate more talents for his race to fight for the primal chaos mysterious energy. He did not want to use it for himself, but wanted to find a suitable host in his race and create a new strong person for his race. "I believe in you." Hearing this calamity grade who submitted had a look of trust on his face, but started a plan in his mind. He did not join Cisco out of gratitude, but it was not intentional either. It was more of a coincidence. With the information on the primal chaos mysterious energy in hand, he did not let it get to his head. He knew very well that he would not be able to obtain the primal chaos mysterious energy with his own strength. Therefore, he decided to use this information to find a backer and use their strength to compete. However, he did not give up completely. If his backer obtained the primal chaos mysterious energy, he would steal it for himself if he had the chance. If not, he would just obediently rely on the contribution of the information to rise up the ranks. This way, he would be able to squeeze out the value of this information to a greater extent. It was better than being a gambler and betting all his chips on the primal chaos mysterious energy. Originally, his target was not Cisco, but he ran into him by chance. After thinking about it, he realized that Cisco's organization was not small. He was also a beyond grade A, but his ranking was lower, so the success rate of stealing was higher. Therefore, he changed his target and chose to rely on Cisco. Ravenlouty and Cisco were hostile toward each other, each with their own motives. However, they did not realize that among the other organizations, there was another beyond grade A in a fleet without the symbol of an organization. It was Secret Master. Both the Dynasty and Ethereal are here. A gleam flashed through Secret Master's eyes. He was stronger than both of them. However, the enemy was in the open, and he was in the dark. He decided to hide in the dark and wait until both sides were heavily injured before jumping out to take advantage of the situation. This plan is feasible. The chances are very high. With that in mind, Secret Master cast a bunch of stealth spells on himself, restraining his energy waves and hiding even deeper. A faint sneer appeared on his face. The primal chaos mysterious energy must be mine. Ravenlouty and Cisco faced off, and the other organizations were not chased away. Therefore, they tacitly agreed to set up a space-stabilizing trap in this area that had yet to be activated. The primal chaos mysterious energy was a primal esper ability entity with independent thoughts and the ability to travel through secondary dimensions. This was to prevent it from escaping when it discovered the ambush. After completing this step, the various organizations waited quietly in this area. It was temporarily peaceful. The date was very close, and in just a few days, the date indicated by the intelligence arrived. The various organizations all focused and stared at the area with the coordinates closely, like fishermen waiting for fish to bite the bait. Other than a few people, most of the people present were not sure if the primal chaos mysterious energy would appear there. They were excited, nervous, and worried. Buzz. This time, under everyone's gazes, a dazzling red energy suddenly overflowed from the void and expanded rapidly, forming a red energy cloud in the shape of a fog, exuding a unique energy wave. When they saw this scene, everyone's spirits were suddenly raised, and their emotions were all boiling. This is the right location. The primal chaos mysterious energy has finally appeared. Chapter 1035. In the dreamlike nebula, the primal chaos mysterious energy that had returned from the secondary dimension appeared before everyone's eyes. This was an enormous mass of bright red energy. Its entire body was in the shape of a cloud, like a rolling cloud. Within it, grayish-white light that looked like ether lightning kept flashing. The energy in the center was the densest, and the density decreased toward the edges. At the periphery, the red energy danced like a thin veil. Upon closer inspection, this energy seemed to be made of tiny particles. A large number of small red clusters of light danced around the primal chaos mysterious energy. These were the subsidiary bodies that the primal chaos mysterious energy had split and multiplied, like its descendants or servants. The one that Evans had bumped into before was one of them. The primal chaos mysterious energy was a primal Esper ability entity. It had an independent mind. Most of its consciousness and energy had been hibernating, and only a small portion of its instincts maintained its daily actions. It had given up on thinking and allowed itself to drift around. This large patch of bright red was reflected in the eyes of the crew members of the various organizations through the portholes of every spaceship, illuminating the surprise and excitement in their eyes. It's out! It's out! Quick, do it! At this moment, all the organizations with their own agendas worked together to activate the space-time stabilization traps that they had set up. Buzz. All the space-time stabilization anchors, dimension isolators, reality enhancers, and other devices set up around them were all activated. Other than technology, all kinds of large magic rune arrays and space magic tools also started to take effect. The explosive space energy spread out from different points like ripples, quickly smoothing out the wrinkles in the space in the area. The space-time coefficient was raised to an extremely stable level. Be it hyperdrive or wormhole, neither could be used here. The primal chaos mysterious energy was very sensitive to the changes in space. It instantly sensed the drastic changes in the environment it was in, and its consciousness was awakened. The enormous energy cloud suddenly shrank, and its body shrank rapidly. Its density expanded crazily, trying to turn into a black hole singularity and use its super high density to distort the space-time coefficient and tear a gap in this trap. The space in this area was like a piece of paper. The traps set up by the various organizations were like forces that pulled the paper straight. The primal chaos mysterious energy's super high density was trying to exert force vertically in the middle of the paper, using a single point to break the surface and make the space wrinkle. The two forces were fighting against each other. If it were a normal piece of paper, it would have been pierced through under such resistance. However, this was a highly stabilized space that could not be destroyed. Seeing this, a voice sounded in the public channel. Quickly absorb the primal chaos mysterious energy. Its space-time coefficient is falling. If it keeps resisting, it will break free from our space stabilization trap sooner or later. The next moment, a small fleet closest to it rushed toward the primal chaos mysterious energy, which had already turned into a blinding cluster of light. The outer armor at the front of the spaceship slid open, revealing a special mechanical device that released a shocking suction force toward the primal chaos mysterious energy that targeted energy life forms. The primal chaos mysterious energy immediately vibrated slightly, and wisps of energy were sucked out of the cluster of light into the device like beams of light. These organizations that came to fight for the primal chaos mysterious energy had all made early preparations. This was a device specifically used to contain and restrain energy life forms. Even if the primal chaos mysterious energy condensed itself, its energy would still be sucked out. It was like a tug of war. It clenched its fist tightly, and the containment device tried to pry open its fingers. However, at this time, the primal chaos mysterious energy suddenly shot out countless beams of light, bombarding this fleet. The next second, the shield was penetrated and the spaceship exploded, turning into fireworks in the universe. The fleet was completely annihilated in one round of attacks. As the energy burst out, the psychic attribute of the primal chaos mysterious energy was also activated. Waves of psychic currents with impactful properties were born and spread out. Everyone surrounding the primal chaos mysterious energy suddenly felt dizzy, as if they were affected by infrasound waves. In the Dynasty fleet, Ravenlouty secretly curled his lips when he saw this. You're asking for death. The primal chaos mysterious energy is not something without risk. Primal Esper ability entities were extremely ancient. They were a cluster of energy in themselves. Without a host, they could unleash their abilities through extensive means, such as directly shooting out energy. At this time, the primal chaos mysterious energy turned around and fled, flying at super high speed like a meteor. The surrounding fleets immediately revealed their containment devices and chased after it. I'll do it. Ravenlaud's eyes sparkled. He left the battleship and chased after it at high speed under the effect of magic, while casting spells rapidly. Runes surrounded him one after another, shining with arcane light. Dense magic energy pulled at the primal chaos mysterious energy, greatly reducing its speed. At the same time, waves of arcane energy were injected into the primal chaos mysterious energy and turned into magic runes controlled by Ravenlouty. They mixed foreign energy into the primal chaos mysterious energy to weaken its control over its body. The effect was obvious. The primal chaos mysterious energy could no longer maintain its condensed state. The cluster of light quickly exploded and expanded into a cluster of energy cloud. The range of the attack immediately increased by countless times. Beyond grade, mages often traveled in secondary dimensions, so Ravenlouty was very experienced in dealing with energy entities. He easily blocked the energy beams that the primal chaos mysterious energy countered without caring about the cost with his spell shield. Seeing that the primal chaos mysterious energy was gradually falling into Ravenlaud's control, a surge of psychic energy suddenly swept out from behind him. Ravenlouty narrowed his eyes, diverted some of his attention, and used a defensive spell to block the psychic attack behind him. Not far away, a figure passed him and flew toward the primal chaos mysterious energy, holding a high-end portable energy object container in his hand. Cisco. Without saying anything, Ravenlouty also attacked Cisco. The two of them fought while chasing after the primal chaos mysterious energy, dragging each other down. Seeing this, some organizations wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, the spaceships that got close to the primal chaos mysterious energy were all shattered into pieces by the shockwaves from the battle between Beyond Grade as. The two Beyond Grade as kept fighting. Magic and psychic energy clashed again and again. The scene was very intense. Ravenlouty had the upper hand and suppressed Cisco's attacks. However, although the battle was intense, the two of them did not go all out. They did not forget to save some energy to store the primal chaos mysterious energy. Under the pincer attack of two Beyond Grade, as the primal chaos mysterious energy could not do much. Seals merged into its body one after another, and its resistance became weaker and weaker. Gradually, it showed signs of being completely sealed and stored. At the same time, the Moto civilization's troops were also patrolling around the edge of the battlefield. The dozens of calamity grades on the ship stared at the primal chaos mysterious energy with serious expressions as they discussed in low voices. Guys, the two of them are holding each other back. Should we attack now? The chance is too small. Even with dozens of calamity grades working together, we can only block the attacks of the two of them for a while. There's not enough time for us to retreat. We'll definitely have to sacrifice a lot of lives. It's not worth it. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Their superiors told them to act according to the situation, but there was no chance. Although these calamity grades were usually arrogant, they did not have the confidence to face a beyond grade A. Even if they were very loyal to the Modo civilization, no one wanted to die for nothing. In the communication channel, Roddick was silent for a while before he said with a deep voice, "If there's no chance, then forget it. Don't force your way in." Hearing this, the dozens of calamity grades on the ship relaxed their tense bodies and heaved a sigh of relief. Roddick was a little unwilling, but he was not too stubborn about it. The original goal of sending out so many calamity grades was to obtain an absolute advantage without any beyond grade As. However, with the intervention of a beyond grade A, the mission was basically a failure. Since they could not do it, the best choice was to retreat. There is no need to let the calamity grades of the civilization die. This is just a side mission. There's no need to force it. Facing such a situation, the upper echelons will understand. If a large number of elites are sacrificed for this, the upper echelons will blame it on me. Thinking of this, Roddick said loudly, "Guys, let's retreat." "Okay." Everyone responded happily. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. The Modo civilization's fleet suddenly turned around and charged straight at the primal chaos mysterious energy. Not only that, they even opened fire and launched a surprise attack on Raven Loudy and Cisco. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Even the battle between Raven Loudy and Cisco stopped. They had no choice but to block this surprise attack. Both of them were a little stunned. You're actually firing at us? They're such a brave warrior." In the command center of the base, Roddick's expression changed drastically. He said furiously, "What are you doing? You're crazy. Our spaceship is suddenly not listening to us." The calamity grades were shocked. Roddick suddenly thought of something, and his face turned pale. This strong sense of déjà vu virtual intrusion? B*****, it's happening again. Roddick was shocked and furious. He was about to yell for everyone to run. However, at this moment, the remote communication connection was directly cut off. The screen turned black, and his face twisted in anger was reflected. "Black Star!" Bang! Roddick roared and smashed the communicator. The room was instantly filled with the air of powerlessness and fury. The Modo civilization, who was the third party, instantly gained the aggro of the Modo civilization. Raven Loudy and Cisco even stopped fighting each other temporarily. Magic waves and psychic storms smashed into the Modo civilization's troops, and the small fleet they brought was quickly destroyed. The dozens of calamity grades were terrified. They immediately escaped from the spaceship and scattered. However, Raven Loudy and Cisco did not have the habit of letting people who ambushed them go. They chased after them. The calamity grades that the Modo civilization spent a lot of effort to cultivate and recruit could only block a few attacks at most. Very soon, they died one after another. The difference between a beyond grade A and a calamity grade was like a chasm. These people had no way of fighting back and could only run for their lives. More than 80% of the dozens of calamity grades died. Only then did Raven Loudy and Cisco stop and start fighting each other again. This result shocked the other organizations. They all retreated with their fleets, no longer daring to fight for the primal chaos mysterious energy with the two of them. The dynasty's fleet was not idle. They were exchanging fire with the star pupil god race's fleet. In terms of spaceship technology and scale, the dynasty was stronger. The star pupil god race's fleet was forced to retreat. "You still want to fight with me?" Raven Loudy raised his eyebrows and said calmly with a spell, "We can fight for a few more days and nights, but your fleet will probably be wiped out. I heard you value your people a lot. How about it? Is the primal chaos mysterious energy worth so many lives? Cisco unleashed a tornado-like psychic energy and shattered the arcane fission bomb. He clenched his teeth and said, "You think you can make me give up with just a few words? Your dynasty's fleet will also suffer quite a lot of losses." "That's right, but those are the dynasty's soldiers. I don't care about casualties." Raven Loudy did not care. "You can't win against me. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. As long as we absorb the primal chaos mysterious energy and get someone to remove the space-time stabilization trap, I can open a portal and leave the battlefield instantly. You're just a psychic. Can you catch up?" Cisco's expression was uncertain. He suddenly stopped fighting with Raven Loudy. He turned around to support the fleet and beat back the dynasty's fleet. Seeing this, Raven Loudy knew that Cisco had given up and smiled in satisfaction. Without anyone stopping him, he cast sealing spells with all his might. Endless arcane light entered the primal chaos mysterious energy. Very soon, a magic shield covered the primal chaos mysterious energy and quickly shrunk. It was completely sealed in the magic crystal ball that Raven Loudy took out. Success! Ravenlaud's eyes sparkled. It was as if he saw the universal treasure promised by the dynasty waving at him. Before he could rejoice, the moment the seal was completed, a powerful mind magic that had been charged up for a long time suddenly attacked him and hit his mental barrier. Ravenlaud's mind was shaken, and he fell into a temporary, dizzy spell. At the same time, a figure suddenly flew out of an ordinary spaceship and approached Raven Loudy at high speed. He cast spells along the way, and magic circles quickly formed around Raven Loudy. Countless blue tentacles of magic power formed from the magic circles and tightly bound Ravenlaud's body. This was not a simple binding spell. The official name of this spell was Arrival of Autant, Chaos Magic Tentacles. It was a set of top-level spells that had the effect of silencing a mage's magic for a short period of time. It also had the effect of binding one's soul. Once bound, the mage would be in a stiffened state for a longer period of time and would not be able to control their body. Not far away, Cisco sensed the sudden burst of energy and turned around with shock. "There's another beyond grade, eh?" This time, Raven Loudy finally recovered from the stunned state. Shocked, he hastily tried to break free from the binding. However, this figure had already arrived beside him. He snatched the magic sphere container that sealed the primal chaos mysterious energy and pressed his palm on Ravenlaud's chest. Dense magic energy gushed out and turned into a thick purple-blue pillar of light, blasting Raven Loudy far away. This attack did not deal much damage. Raven Loudy flew a short distance away and quickly stabilized himself. He looked up in shock and anger. Seeing this figure full of tattoos, his expression froze. "It's you, Secret Master." The circle was not big, and all the famous Beyond Grade as knew each other. Secret Master's position in the circle was even higher than his. Secret Master had an indifferent expression. He ignored Raven Loudy, who was both furious and fearful. He looked down at the primal chaos mysterious energy, nodded, and said without changing his expression, "Thank you for helping me with the primal chaos mysterious energy. Thank you for helping me store the primal chaos mysterious energy. I'll let you keep it for a few seconds. Now it's back to its owner." Raven Loudy was so angry that he laughed. "I thought Black Star was the most shameless among the Beyond Grade as. I didn't expect you to be so strong as well. Why is it returned to its owner? Since when are you the owner of the primal chaos mysterious energy?" "I'm here. It's mine," Secret Master said coldly. Raven Loudy choked and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you can get away?" It was not easy to get a chance to exchange for a universal treasure. Even if Secret Master was stronger, Raven Loudy would not give up so easily. Secret Master glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "I can leave if I want to." As soon as he said that, a large piece of the space stabilization trap in this area suddenly disappeared, and a part of it suddenly exploded. When he was setting up the trap, Secret Master had already secretly done something to it. He planted invisible explosive runes that could be remotely controlled so that he could create an environment where his teleportation spell would take effect after he succeeded. The space-time stability coefficient plummeted, and the effect of the trap plummeted. It would not be able to counter the space magic of a beyond grade A super. Ravenloud's expression changed drastically. He immediately understood Secret Master's intention and hurriedly started chanting, trying to use space spells to stop Secret Master's teleportation. However, Secret Master was even faster. As his bloom magic surged, he had already created the spell model of the teleportation gate. He activated it instantly, and a blue vortex quickly formed beside him. Seeing Ravenloudy quickly approach him, Secret Master's face was calm, and his expression did not change at all. "See you next time, alright, Kim?" Before he finished his sentence, he suddenly felt his hand sink. The primal chaos mysterious energy seal container in his hand was gone, replaced by a mechanical arm connected to a humanoid mechanical body whose eyes were flashing with blue and gold lightning. The mechanical body appeared next to him without warning. "You?" Secret Master's eyes flickered, and shock finally appeared on his face. This mechanical body tilted its head and suddenly shook. A strange void energy suddenly spread out and covered a large area, including Ravenloudy. The next moment, Secret Master and Ravenloudy both realized that the space in this area had become viscous, and their movements had uncontrollably slowed down. Void Prison. Ravenloudy immediately thought of the owner of this ability and blurted out, "Black Star?" Han Zhao's Lord's avatar turned around and glanced at him. He smiled and said, "Yo, you recognize me? You came at the right time." Ravenloudy was overjoyed. He thought that Han Zhao was a secret reinforcement called by the dynasty. Han Zhao saw through his thoughts immediately and shook his head. "I'm not here for the dynasty." Hearing this, Ravenloud's smile froze. He immediately understood that Black Star was different from him. He was not here to get the primal chaos mysterious energy for the dynasty, but for himself. In that case, although Black Star was the dynasty's ally, he was his competitor in this matter. Understanding this, Ravenloud's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Secret Master narrowed his eyes. Frustrated that all his efforts had gone to waste, he coldly said, "Black Star, you stole my primal chaos mysterious energy?" Han Zhao turned to look at him and smiled. "I'll use your words. Thank you for keeping it safe for me for a few seconds." He had already made arrangements here. His lord's avatar hid nearby with his mechanical army and watched the entire battle. He also tricked the Moto civilization to complete the mission. When Secret Master broke the space-time stabilization trap and was about to leave, his lord's avatar finally found the opportunity and used Void Swap to switch places with the primal chaos mysterious energy sealing ritual instrument. This way, the sealing ritual instrument fell into the hands of the mechanical army. However, this way, the energy fluctuation caused the camouflage to fail and the mechanical army was exposed. In order to prevent the two of them from chasing after him, his lord's avatar directly activated the Void Prison and temporarily restrained Secret Master and Ravenloudy so that the mechanical army could escape with the sealing ritual instrument. As long as they returned to the safe zone, they would have succeeded. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Secret Master thought that he was the Oriole, but what he did not know was that Han Zhao hid even deeper than he did. The only problem is Han Zhao turned to look at Cisco in the distance. This guy was not trapped by the Void Prison and had the ability to chase after him. Sensing Han Zhao's gaze, Cisco's expression was extremely ugly. This time, the voice of the star pupil Protoss officer sounded in the psychic communication network. "Leader, we detected a mechanical army that suddenly appeared and is escaping with the primal chaos mysterious energy. Should we chase after them? No, retreat." Seeing Han Zhao, Cisco did not hesitate and turn around to leave. He did not want to have a direct confrontation with Black Star at all, so he was very decisive in his decision. More importantly, even if Black Star's mechanical army did not have his lord's avatar, he felt that he might not be able to beat it. He's actually so smart. Han Xiao could not help but scratch his head and chuckle. He then looked at Secret Master, who had an ugly expression and was filled with hostility, and cracked his neck. I'll gladly accept the primal chaos mysterious energy. If you're not happy, how about I help you loosen your bones? Chapter 1036. Facing Han Zhao's teasing, Secret Master's expression darkened. He did not bother to reply. His gaze went past Han Xiao and looked at the stream of light at the edge of the battlefield. Very soon, the exposed Mech Legion sent out a portion of their people to escort the primal chaos mysterious energy out of sight. The cooked duck had flown away. His mood fell from the peak to the bottom. He was not in a good mood. He intended to chase, but Black Star's Lord's avatar was in front of him, emitting a high-intensity energy wave that made him subconsciously tense. Once he moved, he would definitely attract a storm of attacks. Secret Master retracted his gaze and locked onto Han Xiao in front of him again. He sized him up carefully and said with a tone that was 70% dissatisfied and 30% interested, Black Star, this should be the second time we've met, right? Counting the meeting of the gods, it is indeed the second time. Han Xiao nodded. Humph, then we're pretty fated. Secret Master could not help but emphasize his tone. He was furious that the primal chaos mysterious energy was taken away, but they were all here to snatch it. Everything depended on strength. Whoever snatched it would get it, so there was nothing to question. He originally wanted to be the Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, but he did not expect Han Xiao to be there too. Furthermore, he hid even deeper. In the end, he was robbed, and all his efforts were for naught. He really wanted the primal chaos mysterious energy. Now that it was taken away by Black Star, it was not to the point of making him an enemy. They were all big shots in the universe. It was fine if he could not take it away, but if he completely fell out because of this, it would not look good, so there was no need for that. However, it was impossible for him to retreat just like that. He had to fight back. Secret Master did not plan to watch Han Xiao escape so easily. That would make him look like he was scared away by Black Star. He was a person who cared about his reputation, unlike the seven-eyed guy next to him who was used to it. He secretly tried his teleportation spell and realized that it was restricted by the Void Prison. After I break this domain, I'll still have a chance to catch up to the primal chaos mysterious energy and take it back. Secret Master adjusted his mentality and focused on dealing with the current situation. He suppressed his anger, regained his cold expression, and started chatting. Speaking of which, I've always been curious about you. Although we haven't had much contact before, I have a deep impression of you. How deep? Han Xiao didn't mind bickering with him for a while to stall for time. Everyone in the universe is talking about your deeds. In my eyes, you are an ambitious schemer, but at the same time, you are an opportunist. Luck played a large part in the fact that you were able to lay your foundation. Every time you speculated, it gave you the opportunity to develop quickly. You are a lucky person. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but look at Secret Master a few more times. This is the first time someone said that I'm lucky. You must have mistaken me for someone else. He could understand why Secret Master had such an impression of him. In the eyes of the outside world, his rise to power was extremely swift and smooth. All the opportunities seemed to be due to luck. However, this luck was actually an opportunity created by him because he was familiar with the direction of the world and had an advantage in information. However, outsiders would never know this. Let's just say that I'm lucky, Han Xiao joked. But from today onwards, your good luck ends. Magic runes appeared in the depths of Secret Master's eyes. You should have heard of my name. I can control a person's luck. Looking at how confident he was, Han Xiaoxin felt a little strange and had no choice but to play along. You want to weaken my luck for a long time. You stole my things. You have to pay a price. Secret Master snorted. In fact, he was not willing to become enemies with Han Xiao. After all, after the meeting of the gods, Han Zhao's position in the Beyond Grade A Circle was rather special. As a neutral party, it was best not to provoke him. However, he could not take this lying down, and he had to give Han Xiao an explanation. Therefore, he decided to use his best move to punish Han Xiao. Sure enough, we still have to talk with our fists. Han Xiao had expected this and never thought that the other party would give up. The next moment, Secret Master's body emitted a dazzling blue magic light. Everyone says that you are very good at fighting. Let me experience it for myself and see how strong you are. As soon as his voice fell, the accumulated magic energy gushed out like a tsunami, exploding brazenly. Rumble. Han Zhao's Lord's avatar was blasted away by the burst of magic energy. Secret Master took the opportunity to retreat, try to increase the distance between them. However, after being strengthened by the God's Tray transformation, the effect of the Void Prison had increased. This domain-type ability did not differentiate between friend and foe. Han Xiao, who had the Void talent, could move freely within it. He soon realized that no matter how he retreated, he could not get away from Han Xiao. Seeing this, he decided to stop moving and turned into a magic cannon, starting to cast spells. In order to snatch the primal chaos mysterious energy, the Lord's avatar had used void displacement to switch positions with the sealed container, causing it to leave the Mech Legion and enter the battlefield alone. Now, it could only use one Lord's avatar to fight Secret Master while the mechanical army rushed over. Bang! Streaks of blue magic energy with lightning-like trajectories blasted toward Han Xiao one after another, shattering on the shield of the Lord's avatar. Without the mechanical army by his side, his firepower was obviously insufficient. Han Xiao decided to use the floating cannon and charge through the barrage of spells. While Secret Master was unable to increase the distance between them, he uncharacteristically charged toward him. After this promotion, Han Technician's strength and agility attributes were already considered high among beyond grade as. His Lord's avatar was facing a mage alone. Close combat was actually more advantageous than range combat. One stood on the spot while the other approached rapidly. The distance between them quickly shortened. In Han Zhao's vision, Secret Master's face was getting closer and closer. Eat my fire, arrow mallet. Activating his critical strike skill, Han Xiao charged forward. Clang! His metal forehead knocked against Secret Master's head through the magic shield. Secret Master's head instantly buzzed, as though a bell was ringing in his brain. With a thought, all the runes and enchantments on his body lit up. Hundreds of hands of magic formed around him, throwing out a series of punches and fighting with Han Xiao. As a mage, it was very reasonable for him to light up his melee skill tree. What a strong force! Secret Master was secretly shocked that he was at a disadvantage in this exchange. He had sparred with many pugilists in the past. At this time, he discovered that the strength of Han Zhao's Lord's avatar's melee attacks was even stronger than some beyond grade A pugilists. He could not help but be shocked by Han Zhao's strength. I keep feeling that Black Star is stronger than the rumors say. This thought flashed through his mind. Secret Master focused his mind and multitasked. While dealing with Han Zhao's crazy close-range attacks, he controlled his magic to construct spell models and cast the mysticism spells that he was good at, specifically targeting luck. Luck was originally ethereal, but at this moment, in Secret Master's vision, a blurry fog suddenly appeared around every life form. Some were thin, some were thick. This was Secret Master's unique spell, which combined the principles of the soul, mind, foresight, divination, and many other aspects to successfully quantify the target's luck. The thickness of the fog represented the luck of a life form. The better the luck, the thicker the fog, and the luck glow unique to protagonists was usually the thickest. Let me see how strong your luck is. Secret Master was determined to reduce Han Zhao's luck. However, after taking a closer look, he was stunned. Normally, beyond grade, as were all people with strong luck. To be able to become a big shot in the universe, there was a limit to how bad one's luck could be. In his imagination, Black Star's luck should be so strong that his entire body should be covered in thick fog. However, the real situation was the complete opposite. The fog around Black Star was so thin that it was almost transparent. Secret Master had observed countless people, But this was the first time he had seen someone with such bad luck. He could not believe his eyes. There was no way a beyond grade A's luck would be so bad. Such an unlucky fellow actually managed to become a beyond grade A super? Secret Master was dumbfounded. He had originally wanted to attack Blackstar's luck, but now, was there still room for this guy's luck to decrease? Many of Secret Master's unique spells indirectly caused huge soul damage by reducing the target's luck. However, against Han Xiao, he realized that his trump cards seemed to be useless. He lost his focus for an instant and revealed an opening. Han Xiao did not care about what he was thinking and took the opportunity to attack. Bang! 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 The lightning-fast metal fists rapidly struck the thighs, infusing them with vibrating power. Secret Master took a beating, and a few of the defensive runes on his body were shattered. Feeling pain all over his body, he did not dare be distracted anymore and took a defensive stance, barely holding on under Han Zhao's rapid attacks. While the two of them were having a great time fighting, Raven Loudy, who was also trapped in the Void Prison, started hesitating. Normally, Raven Loudy had to help his dynasty ally, but Blackstar was also a competitor for the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Only by taking the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy back from Han Xiao can I complete the mission in exchange for the Universal Treasure. After thinking about it, Raven Loudy made a decision and started casting spells to get rid of the effects of the Void Prison, dispelling this domain. Han Xiaoxin sensed something and gave Raven Loudy a death stare. Don't look at me. I'm just carrying out the dynasty's mission. Raven Loudy sensed Han Zhao's gaze and replied before silently working together with Secret Master to dispel the Void Prison. The next moment, the Void Prison domain was dispelled, and the surrounding space returned to normal. While the two of them were fighting, Raven Loudy activated a teleportation gate and disappeared, chasing after the mechanical army that was escorting the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy away. Seeing this, Secret Master wanted to do the same, but the Lord's avatar stuck to him and stalled him. The mechanical army also arrived and activated the space stabilizer and magic disruptor. The effects covered this area and made the teleportation spell ineffective again, so Secret Master could not chase after him. Damn it! Secret Master's face turned darker and darker. This situation meant that he was basically out of this battle. Furthermore, Secret Master could tell that Blackstar actually had a way to stop Raven Loudy, but purposely let him go, leaving only him behind. Is he targeting me? *T. Seeing Secret Master's dark expression, Han Xiao chuckled. You can tell that I purposely let Raven Loudy go? I'm not targeting you, I'm targeting him. He purposely let Raven Loudy have a chance to chase after him, so that he could use Raven Loudy as a punching bag. Because of the previous conflict, Han Xiao wanted to show more of his strength to the dynasty, but he did not want the outside world to know that he had grown again, in case the Mecha Empire came looking for him again. Therefore, he wanted to change the battlefield and eliminate as many bystanders as possible. The dynasty's allies were the best targets. Compared to fighting enemies, fighting teammates seemed to be more suitable for establishing dominance. After being beaten up, his teammates would still have to hide the battle information. Although the Lord's avatar was left behind to stall Secret Master, all the apostle weapons were in the escort team. With such a configuration and the mechanical army, even if he was not present, he would still have enough combat power. Splitting the troops and fighting on multiple fronts was the combat style of a beyond grade A mechanic. Chapter 1037. Cisco was scared away by Blackstar, Secret Master was held back by the Lord's avatar, and Raven Loudy chased after the mechanical army. The situation had changed so many times in such a short time. It was like a battle between gods, and the fleets of the other organizations were completely useless. At this point, the other organizations also knew that they had no share in the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. They were a little disappointed, but not surprised. A few days ago, when they found out that the Dynasty and Ethereal were involved, they knew that their chances were slim. However, to be able to confirm that the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy had appeared in the Emerald Star Cluster and see a few beyond grade as fighting, Most of them felt that this trip was worth it. Therefore, although the primal chaos mysterious energy was taken away by Black Star, the crowd did not disperse immediately. Instead, they took out snacks and watched Black Star wrestle with Secret Master. The only thing missing was shouting hair and clothes. Only a few organizations that did not give up wanted to chase after the primal chaos mysterious energy, but they were stopped by the Mech Legion. Looking at the densely packed psionic cannons, these people had no choice but to stay behind. There was no other way. Black Star was just too thick and strong. While the Lord's avatar was leading the Mech Legion to fight with Secret Master, the Dynasty's fleet also reacted. They quickly reported that Black Star was involved in the battle, which alerted the person in charge of this operation, the Dynasty's hardline upper echelon, Bekarodi. Black Star is here too, and he even succeeded? In the remote command center in the Dynasty's territory, Bekarodi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was shocked and angry. His Excellency Raven Loudy has already chased after them. He'll probably have a head-on clash with Black Star. What should we do? The fleet commander asked carefully. Hearing this, Bekarodi's brows furrowed. He could not decide what to do. He felt that this matter was very troublesome. Black Star was an important ally of the Dynasty. Logically speaking, the two sides should avoid conflict as much as possible. However, before this, the Dynasty did not know about Black Star's involvement, which made Bekarodi somewhat wary. Even with the Dynasty's control over the flickering world, they did not realize that Black Star had sent a team here. It could be seen that the Black Star Corps had secretly operated many things in the flickering world with the Dynasty's support. Bekarodi believed that under such circumstances, Black Star should be the one taking the initiative to give way. However, Black Star clearly saw that the Dynasty was here, yet he still participated in the fight. In Bekarodi's opinion, this was not giving the Dynasty any face and had no intention of making up for the relationship between the two sides. This made him, a hardliner, rather unhappy. Without a doubt, he felt that his current situation was all Black Star's fault and couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Should I take the risk of antagonizing Black Star and continue the operation, or should I take the initiative to retreat and give up on the plan? Sir, should we contact the head of state? While he was thinking, he heard his subordinate's voice. Bekarodi immediately snapped out his thoughts. He paused for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Don't inform the head of state. Contact Black Star for me first. I'll talk to him." He knew that Urinril favored Black Star, so he did not want to inform the head of state. Only by handling it himself would he have the upper hand. The command center dialed Black Star's number. After 3 rings, the call was connected. Han Zhao's face popped up on the screen with a meaningful smile. "Not bad, not bad. You contacted me 37 seconds earlier than expected." Bekarodi's veins popped. Suppressing his anger, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Black Star, do you still remember me? I'm Bekarodi. Hello, we meet again. Have you eaten? I just had dinner. You look pretty good. Your sleep quality has been good recently, right? You're getting old, so don't work so hard. Rest more. I'm used to working, and I'm used to working every day. However, I've been sleeping quite well recently." Halfway through, Bekarodi abruptly stopped. Only then did he realize that he had been led astray by Han Zhao. He actually started chatting and almost forgot what he wanted to say. Plus, we're not that close. "Black Star, you're not stalling for time, are you?" Bekarodi coughed heavily to hide his awkwardness. He quickly regained the upper hand and said, "You know why I'm here, right? I didn't expect you to have your eyes on the primal chaos mysterious energy too. This intelligence came from ES God's legacy. You should have informed the Dynasty or at least reported your actions. If you had done that, today's accident could have been completely avoided. Why didn't you tell me?" Han Zhao had a weird expression, as if he was asking what kind of question was this. "Not informing you means that I want it. It doesn't seem like I'm obligated to hand over all the intelligence to the Dynasty, much less report my personal actions. We're allies, not superior and subordinate." Bekarodi's face darkened, making the lines on his face harden. With the aura of a domineering So, he decisively said, "Anyway, there's no need to discuss this. Listen to me. The dynasty doesn't want the outside world to see us having a conflict with our allies. This needs a solution. That's simple. Give up the fight and give me the primal chaos mysterious energy. Han Xiao smiled. Impossible. Bekarodi subconsciously said that, but he then felt that his tone was a little inappropriate. So he softened his tone and said with a deep voice, "The dynasty also needs the primal chaos mysterious energy. We won't give it up so easily." "What do you want the primal chaos mysterious energy for?" Han Xiao was curious. Bekarodi immediately shut up. He could not possibly tell Blackstar the truth and tell him that they were targeting his evolution cube. The purpose of the primal chaos mysterious energy was to allow God to grow quickly and step into the beyond grade A realm. The goal of this was to analyze the evolution cube. Only beyond grade A God had the ability to analyze evolution energy with his Esper ability. After a long time, Bekarodi finally said, "This is confidential. Forget it if you don't want to say it." Han Xiao shook his head. "I'm not going to give in just like that. We're allies, but there's no reason for me to give everything to you just because you show your name. Even those ultimate class knowledges have to be exchanged for by me. You can't expect me to be selfless, can you?" Bekarodi nodded. "Okay, then let's make a deal. We're willing to exchange for the primal chaos mysterious energy. What do you want? Information? Knowledge? Resources? Or universal treasures?" "I can tell that you're eyeing the primal chaos mysterious energy because you want to turn it into a universal treasure. Why don't you just exchange for it from us? You can choose a universal treasure from the list last time, and I can agree to this deal." Originally, hiring Raven Loudy required a universal treasure. Now that the primal chaos mysterious energy was in Blackstar's hands, Bekarodi might as well transfer this deal to Blackstar. Of course, Raven Loudy would not fulfill his end of the deal. He was kicked out, and at most, he would only receive some resources as compensation. Raven Loudy, who was chasing after the mechanical army, did not know that his employer no longer counted on him. The universal treasure that he had been eyeing was basically gone. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "What if you go back on your word? If you agree, I'll tell Raven Loudy to retreat and leave the primal chaos mysterious energy with you first. Then, you can make a public statement to eliminate the influence of public opinion caused by this conflict. You can then use it to exchange for the universal treasure with us, so you don't have to worry about us not fulfilling our end of the deal." Bekarodi did not plan to play any tricks in this regard. As a high official of the dynasty, he still had this much magnanimity. Unfortunately, Han Xiao did not plan to agree immediately. "If my teammate leaves, who am I going to beat up? We'll talk about this later. I haven't decided if I want to give it to you yet. I need to think about it. So let's compete fairly for now. Since you don't want the outside world to know, let's find a place where there's no one around." Han Zhao's tone was calm. He did not reject the deal completely. Bekarodi's face froze. He was annoyed. What a jerk. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Having said that, he did not want to waste any more time. He simply agreed and hung up the communication. He then told his subordinate to inform Raven Loudy and tell him to get the primal chaos mysterious energy no matter what. In his mind, Han Zhao's main body was still in Blackstar Palace. This time, only a Lord's Avatar and a mechanical army came. Right now, Secret Master was holding back the Lord's Avatar, so Raven Loudy should still have a chance to succeed. In the bright nebula, Raven Loudy chased after the mechanical army, getting further and further away from the battlefield where the Lord's Avatar was and out of everyone's sight. Without the restriction of the space stabilizer, Ravenlaud's teleportation was even faster. No matter how fast the mechanical army ran, he could catch up in an instant. However, the reason he chased after them obediently was because he wanted to get as far away from the Lord's Avatar as possible so that the Lord's Avatar could not interfere with his battle. After all, whether the Lord's Avatar was present or not was completely different from the strength of the mechanical army. He did not want to be like Secret Master and use his body to take on the Lord's Avatar's attacks. After all, I'm a proper mage. Very crisp. Long-range cannons are my elegance. rolling on my sleeves and fighting hand-to-hand? You have the nerve to call yourself a mage? Secret Master, who painted himself in all sorts of colors, was not weak in close combat. Raven Loudy, on the other hand, was an old-school mage who played with pure arcane spells. Rather than letting him fight in close combat, it would be better to let a mechanic attack a pugilist. That way he would die faster. If Blackstar was not included. That's about far enough. Raven Loudy made up his mind. With a teleportation spell, he directly blocked in front of the mechanical army. With a wave of his hand, a top-grade staff popped out and floated above his head. The gem at the end of the staff lit up with a dazzling magical light. The next moment, thick magic books materialized by magic appeared around Raven Loudy one after another. They slowly rotated around him like a star ring, emitting powerful arcane energy waves. The magic book opened, and as the pages flipped rapidly, a thick purple magic light suddenly spread out and turned into a domain. It was like a dark purple spherical energy shield, enveloping all the mechanical troops in front of him. The area was huge. Observing from the inside, the inner wall of the domain was dark purple. Streaks of bright blue and incandescent magic flowed on the surface like arcane comets. The whole domain looked like a purple curtain dotted with blue stripes. Wall of Tranquil, dark purple dueling field. This is a new forbidden spell created by my spell research team. After releasing this spell, Raven Loudy smiled confidently as if he had already obtained the primal chaos mysterious energy. The mechanical force lightning on the mechanical army suddenly dimmed a lot. They fired in all directions, and the psionic cannons disappeared into the inner walls of the domain like they were being absorbed. Some of the mechanical soldiers flew toward the edge. The moment they touched the dark purple inner walls, the inner walls exploded with a dazzling arcane energy explosion, bouncing the mechanical soldiers away. Raven Loudy was certain that the mechanical army would not be able to escape. Seeing this, the villain's soul hidden deep in his body could not help but become restless. He started to perform a traditional explanation. This is a taboo-level barrier domain spell. It can transfer the energy attacks from the inside to the outside while preventing physical object from passing through the barrier of the domain. Your mechanical army won't be able to escape. Furthermore, this domain can also weaken the spatial connection and energy transmission efficiency of the outside world. Did you notice? Your mechanical force bonus on this army has become weaker. He spoke very happily, but the mechanical army ignored him. They kept physically attacking the inner walls of the domain and were bounced away. Seeing this, Raven Loudy shook his head and smiled. He slowly said, "Don't waste your energy, Blackstar. I know you can hear my voice transmission. Let's discuss this." A few seconds later, the mechanical army gave up trying, looked back at him, opened the wide area communication channel, and sent a message from Han Shao. Discuss what? Blackstar, I respect your strength, but your lord's avatar is not here. Fighting me will only waste this army. Why don't you just give me the primal chaos mysterious energy? I'll remember this favor and give you enough compensation. You know, we're allies. There's no need to solve problems with violence. Raven Loudy smiled. He felt that he had already given Blackstar a lot of face. However, only young people would give up their benefits just because someone said a few good words. Han Shao was only a baby among the beyond grade as. In terms of age, he could be considered a handsome uncle. He was not moved by this at all. Without saying anything, he ordered the mechanical army to start moving. Tut, 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 tut. The mechanical army immediately surrounded Raven Loudy and focused their fire on him. However, he was already prepared. Layers of arcane shields protected him, and at the same time, he moved at high speed to dodge the attacks. Offensive arcane spells were released from his hands one after another, bombarding the mechanical army. The area of this domain was very large, giving Raven Loudy enough space to kite. Together with the flexibility of his teleportation spell, he could maintain the battle in mid-range mode, using cannons and spells to bombard each other. Destroying the mechanical army is not the goal. It's best to get the primal chaos mysterious energy and leave. While shooting at the mechanical army, Ravenlouty paid attention to the location of the mechanical soldiers that were escorting the primal chaos mysterious energy. Suddenly, a flaw appeared in the formation of the mechanical army. A crack appeared in the defense of the primal chaos mysterious energy, and he noticed it immediately. Chance! Ravenlouty released a spell that he had prepared beforehand. Invisible shockwaves shot out and separated the mechanical army. Then, he threw out a teleportation spell that he had prepared for a long time and instantly walked out from the side of the primal chaos mysterious energy. A purple hand of magic made of arcane energy grabbed toward the sealed container of the primal chaos mysterious energy that was right in front of him. At this moment, a cold blue light suddenly appeared in the corner of Ravenlaud's eyes. The sharp aura made his hair stand on end. In that instant, Ravenlouty hurriedly pulled in his abdomen and dodged. A golden spear with a white base surrounded by dark blue energy easily tore through his magic shield and brushed past the vital part of his lower abdomen, causing him to break out in cold sweat. That was a close call. She was so close to giggling. Psionic Prime, who had been lying in ambush in the army for a long time, suddenly twisted the spear and released a shockwave that directly sent Ravenlouty flying. Psionic Prime's spear was a companion weapon that appeared when he transformed into an apostle weapon. It was silver-orange grade, and its power would grow together with the apostle weapon. Now, Psionic Prime's spear already had many new features compared to before. Multiple sharpness enhancement, super penetration, magic penetration, aura penetration, shield penetration, bleeding, cell regeneration suppression, and so on. When used by Psionic Prime himself, these features would be enhanced. In his hands, it was a very terrifying mid-range weapon that could easily penetrate most shields. Ravenlaud's shield was like paper in front of Psionic Prime's spear. Psionic Prime's spear shook, and his streamlined body chased after Ravenlouty. Taking advantage of a sneak attack, he started off with a series of mechanical pugilist combos, not giving Ravenlouty any time to breathe. Before Ravenlouty could even deal with it, a strong sense of danger came from behind him again. A few more hidden apostle weapons rushed up to engage him. They were all Mad Sky Hunter, Heaven Suppressing Flag, and Purple Sky Spirit, who were good at close-range combat. They kept Ravenlouty busy and did not allow him to teleport away. Other than Giant King Kong and the other apostle weapons that were not there, the rest were basically all there. They were all lying in ambush in the mechanical army. Psionic Prime led a portion of them to engage in close-range combat, and Silver Flash led another portion to attack from afar. Due to the success of the sneak attack, Ravenlouty immediately fell into a passive position. With so many apostle weapons, each of them had the strength of a beyond grade A under the enhancement of Han Zhao's mechanical force. Now that Han Zhao had advanced, his machinery ability had been strengthened by another level, and the strength of his apostle weapons had also increased. Just one of them would be able to fight against a normal beyond grade A for a long time. There was no need to repeat who he was talking about. Fighting one-on-one with more than 10 apostle weapons of this level at the same time, Ravenlouty could not hold on much longer. There were no tricks at all. It was a complete suppression of strength. The situation quickly turned into a one-sided beating. I can't even beat a medium-sized mechanical army without a Lord's avatar. His strength has already improved to this level. Ravenlouty gritted his teeth and endured the fierce attacks of more than 10 people. The energy in his body was drained like a flood. He was filled with disbelief and a sense of helplessness. Feeling how flustered he was, Ravenlouty was very sure of one thing. Black Star had become stronger again. At this moment, he suddenly recalled his experience of facing the Mecha Empire many years ago. This is the feeling, so strong that even a beyond grade A like me is afraid. Chapter 1038. This was not the first time Han Zhao had fought against a mage. Every beyond grade A mage specialized in different styles, and they all had their own unique combat styles. Raven was a member of the Ancient Ones. Although he had already reached the ceiling of his growth due to his limited potential and could not advance to the peak beyond Grade A, he had learned countless spells over the years. The Arcane Research Institute under him was a magic research organization that he used to develop new spells. In this battle, he displayed his vast knowledge of magic. Compared to Dragon King Milizau's, who was also an Ancient One, the two of them had very different styles. If one were to describe them in the wuxia novels he had seen in his previous life, the old dragon would be like an expert with extremely strong internal energy. He mainly used the powerful dragon race magic inherited from his race, and his combat style would be unstoppable. Raven, on the other hand, was the kind of person who had ordinary internal energy but extremely precise moves. His ability to counter every move was very strong. Beyond grade, as were not simple. Facing an extremely unfavorable situation, although Raven was flustered by the attacks of Psionic Prime and the other apostle weapons and was at a disadvantage, he gradually used his rich combination of spells to give himself a chance to catch his breath. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of attacks that he had prepared for a long time. The staff gem flashed, and ribbon-like runes appeared around it. Purple arcane energy blew up like a tornado and quickly expanded into a tornado. The violent energy blew away the apostle weapons that were fighting close to him, creating a temporary space for him to attack. Raven was in the eye of the tornado. His hand gesture changed, and the arcane storm quickly condensed into thousands of magic arrows that hovered around him. The high-density arcane energy seemed to have materialized and turned into crystal-clear purple crystals. Secret technique: Arcane Nova Arrow Curtain. The runes vibrated, and purple crystal-like arrows suddenly shot out in all directions. They flew into the mechanical army and exploded into bright purple arcane energy. Boom, 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 boom. Ripples of arcane energy spread out, knocking away a large number of mechanical soldiers. At the same time, the vibrations of magic particles caused by the arcane energy also caused many mechanical soldiers to be temporarily stunned. This move had both a large area of effect and a crowd control effect. Raven did not stop moving. With a swipe of his palm, a materialized magic book suddenly spread out. All the glowing pages danced in the air, turning into a circular, rotating, blurry belt of light. It then turned into a white secondary dimension channel that rapidly expanded behind him. The circular channel had a diameter of 10,000 meters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A huge, quadrangular spire that looked like it was made of crystal poked its head out of the passageway and gradually revealed its full appearance. At first glance, one could tell that it was a magnificent magic building. Advanced arcane spell, Mage Tower summon. He's summoning the Mage Tower. Stop him. Psionic Prime's eyes flashed, and he stopped himself from flying backward. He raised his spear and charged forward again. The Mage Tower was the core equipment of high-grade mages. It was like a completely different person using it or not. Only when a mage was one with the Mage Tower would they be at their peak state. For example, Austin's Palace of Hidden Spells was a gold-grade Mage Tower. Not only did it provide him with extremely strong combat power, but it also gave him extraordinary agility. A Mage Tower that could be stored in a secondary dimension and summoned at any time was extremely expensive. Normally, when a mage summoned a Mage Tower, it basically meant that they would enter a positional battle mode. This was because most Mage Towers did not have as powerful a teleportation ability as the Palace of Hidden Spells. The Mage Tower was his trump card. Now that he had summoned it, he was not going to hold back and was going to go all out. Black Star, you're indeed stronger than me, but it won't be that easy to defeat me. Raven bit his lips tightly. His pride as a beyond grade A was provoked, and his battle intent was ignited. The mechanical army immediately activated the space stabilizing device. However, in the territory of the dark purple dual arena, the dense magic energy weakened the effect of the space stabilizing device. Raven was also casting spells to resist, trying his best to stabilize the summoning channel. The mage tower extended out section by section. Silver Flash and the mechanical army changed their target and bombarded the mage tower that was teleporting. The large arcane defense rune protecting the mage tower appeared like a translucent light purple energy shield, continuously blocking the attacks. It vibrated non-stop and exploded in circles of light waves and electric arcs. Raven Loudy used all his magic energy. Dark purple radiance rose from his body. During the process of summoning the mage tower, his mobility was greatly reduced. The thick arcane shield protected him from being interrupted while he was casting spells. Suddenly, the space behind him fluctuated. Quang Tianlai, who had the short-range teleportation ability, teleported into the shield. His sharp blades and fangs drew a sharp arc in the air. At this critical moment, Raven Loudy hurriedly turned around, and Quang Tianlai brushed past him, leaving behind a trail of blood. The shockwave of arcane energy sent Mad Sky Hunt flying. Only then did he lower his head to take a look. There were deep wounds on his ribs and the sides of his legs, and the wounds were wriggling and healing under the effects of his body's instincts. Before he could do anything else, Psionic Prime had already arrived. Leaving behind a high-speed afterimage, he stabbed out with his spear as fast as a meteor. Psionic Prime's magic penetration and aura penetration effects countered him greatly. The summoning was about to end. If he wanted to block this attack, he would have to cast spells and forcefully interrupt the summoning. Raven Loudy clenched his teeth and decided not to dodge. He had to drag the mage tower out, even if it meant getting injured. Whoosh! The shield was like paper in front of Psionic Prime. The spear easily pierced through the shield and pierced through Ravenlaud's chest. Raven Loudy did not care. He completed the last spell of the summoning and glared at Garen angrily. Descent. Boom! The summoning of the entire mage tower was finally completed. Light shone brightly. An extremely dense magic energy was released. It was as if a hurricane had appeared on the ground, including the apostle weapons. All the mechanical soldiers in the arena were blown away. They were all slammed into the inner walls of the dark purple arena, causing secondary damage. This was a crystal tower. The base was a huge round plate. It looked like a chess piece that had been enlarged countless times. Colorful magic radiance flowed inside the crystal. Countless runes formed a spherical shield that enveloped the mage tower and slowly rotated on its own. Raven Loudy coughed, casually took out a light green healing magic ball, and stuffed it into the wound that Psionic Prime had pierced to stop the bleeding. Then, he flew into the mage tower and connected his magic with the energy core of the mage tower, becoming one with the tower. The next moment, rows of black holes appeared at the base of the mage tower. Countless magic puppets and alchemy puppets swarmed out. Teleportation channels opened up all around, and a large number of monsters were summoned to face the mechanical army. With the spears spinning in his hand, Psionic Prime swung the battle spear like a stick, slashing out waves of light that easily cut the demonic puppets and monsters in his way into halves. The scene was as if he was harvesting leeks. At this time, Ravenlaud's mental fluctuations filled the entire domain. It was as if his thunderous voice was echoing in the world. Since you're pursuing battle, let's see it to the end. Blackstar come. A complete beyond grade A mage. I can't let down the Lord's trust. Lightning flashed in Psionic Prime's eyes. His data neurons were calculating the huge amount of information. He was not afraid at all and led his mechanical army forward. The troops of both sides clashed like two torrents, creating huge waves. After a long time, when the Dynasty fleet arrived at the scene, what they saw was a mess. Countless gemstones, mystic gold, flesh, and mechanical remains floated in this area. The space was still filled with the scorching radiation left behind by the explosion of high-energy reactions. A mage tower that was riddled with holes floated in the air. The crystal was full of scorched holes and spiderweb-like cracks. The magic light that surrounded it had completely dimmed. It was obvious that it had been through an extremely fierce battle. The Dynasty fleet did not see any traces of the mechanical army. They hurriedly sent people into the mage tower and found Raven Loudy leaning against the wall. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a terrible state. He was covered in wounds, and there were pools of solidified golden blood on the ground. His broken staff was placed beside his feet, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. "You cough are finally here." Ravenlaud's voice was weak. He stood up while holding onto the wall. A few Dynasty soldiers quickly went up to help him. How did it end up like this? Bekarodi, who was commanding from afar, was shocked. The opponent was just Black Star's mechanical army. Even if they could not take it back as a beyond grade A, Raven Loudy should not have been beaten up like this, right? Did Black Star's main body come? Bekarodi thought of this possibility and asked curiously. Raven Loudy shook his head, panted, and said, "No, he didn't come." "Oh, so you should have wiped out the mechanical army and taken back the primal chaos mysterious energy?" Bekarodi probed. No wonder he could not see any traces of the mechanical army. He felt that this was the most likely guess. "No, I was defeated." Raven Loudy shook his head again with a complicated expression. Bekarodi's expression froze. "So, you, a beyond grade A, came personally and even used a mage tower, but in the end, you were defeated by Black Star's mechanical army that did not have a Lord's avatar? Little brother, what's wrong with you? You're too weak." Seeing Bekarodi's expression, Raven Loudy knew that the other party was looking down on him. His face darkened, and he said with a deep voice, "You know nothing about Black Star's strength." As he spoke, he repeated the process of the battle and described the situation in detail. He also made an accurate analysis of Han Zhao's current strength. "I fought with the Mecha Empire before, and I have a very clear impression of it. The current Black Star must have touched the god's trait transformation level. That's why his apostle weapons and mechanical army have the strength to overwhelm me." Listening to the report, Bekarodi's expression unknowingly became extremely serious. He was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. "Black Star's strength has stagnated for about 20 years. I originally thought that he would need more time to break through the bottleneck. I didn't expect him to grow so quickly again. During the version update, Han Zhao did not level up much. It was as if he had reached a bottleneck, which made the outside world heave a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally reached his temporary limit." Bekarodi originally thought the same, but looking at Ravenlaud's sorry state, he knew that Black Star had once again found a way to advance. 20 years was not a short time, but compared to the growth of a beyond grade A, this was too fast. Letting out a long sigh, Bekarodi said with a deep voice, "Report the situation of the operation to Her Excellency the Ruler, and put this information into a confidential file. Do not leak it." At this moment, he made the right choice. Hiding the information about Black Star's strength growing again was not because he was willing, but because he knew that Ruler Urinril would definitely give such an order. Although Bekarodi did not like Black Star, he knew that hiding the strength of an ally was beneficial to the dynasty. Even if his beloved primal chaos mysterious energy was stolen, he would still have to clean up after Black Star. "Let's retreat." Bekarodi was depressed and gave up on the operation. "Then, our deal." Raven Loudy spoke, hinting at the mess on the ground with his eyes. His meaning was clear. He had already done his best. Even if he did not contribute, he should at least contribute. Bekarodi was expressionless. "The dynasty will bear the cost of repairing your mage tower and the loss of your puppets. As for the universal treasure, sorry, you did not complete the mission, so I can't give it to you. This is the rule." Then, he did not want to talk about this anymore and hung up. Raven Loudy clenched his teeth. Not only was his mage tower destroyed, his puppets were destroyed, and he was also beaten up. Plus, he did not even get the universal treasure that he had been longing for. What huge loss! Raven Loudy rubbed the bruises on his face. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had suffered this beating for nothing. "Black Star, you be Astra's starred. We're allies after all. You really don't hold back at all. Remember this. I'll get back at you sooner or later. Just nice. The tyrant was bullied by Black Star before. Let's go find him." Raven Loudy was indignant. He was only angry because he was beaten up by Han Xiao. As for missing out on the universal treasure, he did not blame Han Xiao entirely. If not for Black Star, Secret Master would most likely have gotten it. After all, every wrong had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. In this regard, he was still rational, but he was still angry. After returning to the initial battlefield, the Lord's avatar was still fighting with Secret Master with a mechanical army. They had fought for 3,000 rounds. At this moment, the Lord's avatar suddenly paused. He ordered the troops to stop and retreated. Secret Master frowned. He raised the magic axe in his hand, but did not throw it out. Why did you stop? Han Xiao waved his hand. I got it. There's no need to fight anymore. If you're still not satisfied, I can keep you company. Hearing this, Secret Master fell silent. He had been delayed for too long. He did not know where the primal chaos mysterious energy was taken to by Black Star, and he could not catch up. Originally, he wanted to teach Han Xiao a lesson with his secret technique of providence. However, this Asterisk Star was the unluckiest guy he had ever seen. His providence could not be shaken. According to divination, this was the sign of an early death. Logically speaking, he should have died a long time ago. Who would have thought that he would become such a big shot today? To be honest, Secret Master was actually a little impressed. To be able to survive to this day with such a tragic fate in Providence, he had no choice but to be impressed. Since his Providence technique could not do anything to Black Star, Secret Master could only swallow his anger. After all, even if he destroyed the Lord's avatar here, it would not cause much of a loss to Black Star. Plus, he could not destroy it. You win today. Secret Master took a deep look at Han Xiao and sent out a one-on-one mental wave. Seeing that you're so unlucky, I'll give you a reminder. Garutin might be planning something bad for you. Han Xiao was stunned. You're so kind as to remind me. Humph. Secret Master did not answer. He turned around and returned to the spaceship, leading the fleet away. Looking at Secret Master's back, Han Xiaoxin's mind moved slightly. Han Xiao remembered that Secret Master and Beast Ancestor Garutin were both protectors of the galactic black market. Logically speaking, they should be on the same side. Even though he had ruined Secret Master's plan, Secret Master still took the initiative to remind him and betray Garutin. Looks like there's also infighting among the protectors of the galactic black market. Could it be that with one less protector, I'll get more benefits? Han Xiao thought to himself. The battle between the two had ended. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the other organizations also left. To most of the organizations, although they had made a wasted trip this time, they had personally participated in a huge event, so it was not a wasted trip. They would have plenty of opportunities to brag to others in the future after obtaining first-hand information. The Moto civilization might have become the biggest loser of this event. Before they could even touch the primal chaos mysterious energy, most of the dozens of calamity-grade elites had died. How pitiful! Han Xiao expressed his sympathy. The fight for the primal chaos mysterious energy had come to an end. Now that everyone had left, he could finally have a look at the big treasure in his hands. Chapter 1039. A mechanical army arrived at a barren, salt-white planet outside of the star zone. The surface of the planet was a boundless white desert. Psionic Prime led his army and slowly landed on the white desert. A small black hovered 1 meter above the ground. It was a divine mechanical throne. Han Zhao's main body sat on it with his eyes closed. He focused on controlling the Lord's avatar and the long-range troops. His entire body released blue-gold lightning, and the lightning snakes disappeared 1 meter away from his body. He entered the quantum infinite distance transmission channel and provided the troops with long-range support. As the Black Army stepped onto the ground, Han Xiao opened his eyes at the same time. You're back. Lord, we've completed our mission. Psionic Prime walked at the front. He stabbed his spear into the ground and took out the magic ball container that sealed the primal chaos mysterious energy. Han Xiao looked over. Inside the translucent magic ball was the primal chaos mysterious energy that had shrunk countless times. It was like a red cloud that kept changing shape. Well done. Han Xiao picked up the magic ball and played with it in his hands. He then sized up the troops in front of him. This army did not win easily against Raven Loudy at his peak state. A large number of normal troops were killed, and almost every mechanical soldier had battle scars on them. Many of them had broken armor, revealing their internal structure, which was still flashing with electric sparks. Of the more than 10 apostle weapons, 4 of them were paralyzed by Raven Loudy and carried to Han Xiao by their companions. They lay on the ground, unable to move, and Han Xiao had to kiss, hug, and lift them up high before they could cough. They had to be fixed by him personally. Apostle weapons had self-repair abilities, but there was a limit. When the damage exceeded a certain level or the tender energy was below the warning level, they would enter a state of paralysis or hibernation. These 4 apostle weapons were mainly close combat types. They were all brutes like Mad Sky Hunter and Heaven Suppressing Banner. Although they did not die in Ravenlaud's hands, they took tons of damage. Thank you for your hard work. Han Xiao nodded. He raised his hand, and 4 silver nanoparticles gushed out and merged into the 4 apostle weapons. Their bodies trembled, and the external damage was slowly repaired. Let's leave it at that for now. If we want to completely repair it, we'll have to throw it into the secondary dimension arsenal for major repairs. Han Xiao casually explained. He then stared at Psionic Prime and smiled. How is it? Did you get anything? Psionic Prime nodded. Our neurons and memory banks have collected all the battle data. There are new cases in the database of beyond Grade A battle patterns, which is more complete. The next time we deal with Raven Loudy or other beyond Grade A mages, we will be able to formulate more targeted strategies to reduce losses and increase efficiency. The apostle weapons were all growth-type mechanical life forms. They had a strong learning ability. After fighting with all kinds of strong enemies, the stored battle process could be converted into actual combat experience for the apostle weapons, allowing them to become stronger and even learn special battle techniques. Very good. This is the first time you have defeated a complete beyond Grade A without the help of the Lord's Avatar. I'm very satisfied with your results. Han Xiao gave a few words of encouragement. He then had the mechanical army set up the space-stabilizing trap while he crushed the sealing crystal ball. Raven Loudy had just sealed the primal chaos mysterious energy when it was snatched away by Secret Master. He did not have the time to set up any magic seals, so it was enough for him to directly destroy the container. However, this simple and violent method could only be replicated by beyond grade, as calamity grades would not be able to destroy it. Kacha! The crystal ball shattered and exploded, turning into specks of light. Boom! The primal chaos mysterious energy broke free and instantly expanded. The first thing it did was secondary dimension travel to escape. However, the mechanical army had already set up a trap, so it could not escape. At this moment, Han Xiao raised his hand, opened his palm, and grabbed toward the primal chaos mysterious energy. He then made a pulling motion. Whoosh! A powerful suction force exploded, and the primal chaos mysterious energy flowed toward Han Xiao uncontrollably. The red energy cloud was quickly absorbed into his body. Hiss! Han Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air, and a bright red light shot out from his eyes. According to the Universal Civilization's research on primal Esper ability entities, only Espers and ordinary people could become the host. However, as Olma said, the truth comes from practice. Han Xiao planned to test the authenticity of the information himself. After all, his first choice was naturally to use it himself and see if he could adapt to it. He was not worried about failure. The power of the backlash could kill a calamity grade, but it would only injure a beyond grade A at most. Humbly speaking, he felt that his recovery speed was barely passable, so he was not afraid at all. Cells were the residents of primal Esper ability entities. As soon as the primal chaos mysterious energy entered his body, it automatically merged with every cell. Intense pain instantly exploded in Han Xiao's body. Han Xiao could clearly feel that due to the difference in energy attributes, The primal chaos mysterious energy clashed with his own energy, forming a feeling similar to rejection. The more primal chaos mysterious energy his cells absorbed, the more intense the corrosive pain became. However, compared to the pain of promotion, this was nothing. Han Xiao frowned slightly, opened a status bar on the interface, and took a look. Your body has been invaded by primal Esper ability entities. Due to energy repulsion, you will receive 30,000 to 50,000 corrosive damage per second. You have entered the cell suppression, energy conflict type, state. Due to energy corrosion, the cells that provide energy to you are limited. Minus 30% health, energy, and stamina recovery rate. You have entered the mild weakness state. Energy corrosion has weakened your body. Minus 15% all attributes, minus 15% health, and minus 15% energy. You need to use additional energy to suppress the primal Esper ability entities. Your energy limit is temporarily reduced by 40%. Whoa, a bunch of negative statuses. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. His original plan was that even if he could not adapt, he could try to use his own recovery speed to forcefully bear the burden of the primal chaos mysterious energy and use it. However, seeing this bunch of negative statuses, he knew that this would not work. Looks like I won't be able to become the host. Han Xiao shook his head. The energy in his body surged, and the primal chaos mysterious energy in his body was directly ejected. He instantly felt refreshed, and all the negative statuses from before disappeared. He was full of energy again. Before the primal chaos mysterious energy could do anything, Han Xiao took out a containment device to restrain the energy entity. It looked like a 70-centimeter-long mechanical tube with translucent yellow nanoglass in the middle. Without saying anything, he used the mechanical creation to contain the primal chaos mysterious energy again. The miniature version of the primal chaos mysterious energy inside tried to escape but could not pass through the special energy confinement field. Han Xiao shook the tube. Seeing the primal chaos mysterious energy fall a few times because of his shaking, he could not help but chuckle. Although I won't be able to become the host with my technology, it won't be hard to make use of the primal chaos mysterious energy. The mage class can seal it in a special puppet and turn it into a combat puppet. I can also build a special mechanical shell and turn it into the carrier of the primal chaos mysterious energy, creating an artificial mechanical host. However, I'll need to conduct a comprehensive experiment to figure out how to create the carrier. Han Xiao secretly thought about how to cook the primal chaos mysterious energy. He was like a chef pondering about a precious ingredient, whether to steam or braise it. At this time, a weak mental wave was released from the container, filled with helplessness. A neutral voice sounded in Han Zhao's mind. This unfamiliar beyond grade A. Can we have a chat? The primal chaos mysterious energy is talking? That's right. After all, this guy is an independent life form that has not given up on thinking. Han Xiao raised his brows and looked at the container in his hand with interest. He opened his mental barrier and formed a mental communication connection with the primal chaos mysterious energy. You're the primal chaos mysterious energy? That's just what you call me. My real name is Mozaniel Cade Pyroi, the Red Spirit did. After hearing a few dozen words before the name was even finished, Han Xiao could not help but interrupt its self-introduction. Stop, that's too troublesome. I'll just call you a Han. Ah, a Han. The primal chaos mysterious energy's tone was stiff. It had probably never heard such a nice name before. Don't mind these details. What do you want to talk to me about? Han Xiao raised his brows. What do you plan to do with me? Han Xiao thought about it and told it the truth. I'll create a carrier that can accommodate you and let you fight for me. If that doesn't work, maybe I'll find a new host for you. I knew it. Surprisingly, the primal chaos mysterious energy was not angry. I've seen many beyond grade as. When I fused with you just now, I knew that you're one of the rare beyond grade as. I'm powerless to resist, so you can do whatever you want with my body. Be gentle, don't be too rough. Why do you sound so weird? Han Xiao coughed and asked curiously, You're not angry that you become my puppet? My life is longer than you can imagine. I've experienced everything. You're not the first person to try to control me. You're just another passerby in my life. The primal chaos mysterious energy said casually. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. He did not know how to describe it. Had he already been taught by his predecessors? If you live as long as I do, you'll know the feeling of loneliness. It's the most terrifying feeling in the universe, so I've been sleeping most of the time. Instead, the experience of fighting side by side with every host is one of the few exciting memories in my life. The primal chaos mysterious energy was honest. As an ancient energy life form that spent most of his time sleeping, he did not bother to hide his true thoughts. Han Xiao suddenly thought of what happened to Evans not long ago. So, you actually really want me to host? When I'm sleeping, I'll have my sub-bodies look for adapters everywhere. Whenever I'm interested, I'll find a host and start a new adventure. Han Zhao's face twitched. The world is really changing nowadays. Even an Esper ability knows how to find a backup plan. Huffed. Trash Esper ability. However, this did explain Evan's problem. It was a story of a backup plan. There are way too many things to complain about. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. If you're so smart now, why did you run just now? I prefer to take the initiative, but it's not like I can't enjoy being passive. The primal chaos mysterious energy snorted. To put it bluntly, you have to lower your head when you're under someone else's roof. You're quite smart, you coward. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. He originally thought that the primal chaos mysterious energy would resist fiercely and would rather die than submit. He did not expect his true nature to be so refreshing. However, it made sense. An energy life form that had lived for so long probably did not care about many things. It definitely resisted when it was first caught, but as long as it crossed the bottom line, it would gradually slide into the abyss of true pleasure. Han Xiao somewhat understood why the primal chaos mysterious energy had such a personality. Although it was ancient, if it did not have enough strength, it would not be hard no matter how old it was. That person said it well. If you can't resist, you can only enjoy. As time passed, the primal chaos mysterious energy gradually developed a calmness that went with the flow. This time, the primal chaos mysterious energy took the initiative to talk to him. I haven't woken up for a long time. What's the situation in the universe like now? What happened in the past few years? And who are you? Quick, tell me. Since you're so cooperative, I'll tell you. Han Xiao shook his head. Through the mental connection, he quickly sent a large amount of information to the primal chaos mysterious energy. The primal chaos mysterious energy looked at the information with great interest. It seems like a lot of big things happened in the universe while I was asleep. I remember that when I was asleep, the beyond grade as were not even this batch, and there weren't so many of them either. How long have you been asleep for? Han Xiao could not help but ask. A few 100 years or 1,000 years. Sigh. How would I remember? Time means nothing to me. The primal chaos mysterious energy sighed and said in a tone that said, before the beyond grade as we already existed. Before the birth of a beyond grade A, our primal Esper ability entities already existed. I'm not trying to show off, but think about it. In the era where individual strength had yet to reach the beyond grade A level, we represented the pinnacle of combat strength. Countless people chased after our strength. Our era only ended when the beyond grade A level appeared. The primal Esper ability entities were extremely ancient. They definitely had a glorious history in the distant ancient universe. They might even be the main character of a certain period. This seemed to be a group with a lot of stories. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Then, do you know where the other primal Esper ability entities are? It's been so long. I don't know where they went. This time, the primal chaos mysterious energy paused. His tone changed, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. However, I might know where one of them is. If you're interested, I can help you catch him. Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Han Xiao was suspicious. Do you like beating up your teammates too? To tell you the truth, that guy and I are old enemies. I've always disliked him. A long time ago, we fought every day, and who knows how many hosts died. If you're interested in him, I'm very willing to help. The primal chaos mysterious energy could not wait. Hearing this, Han Xiao was a little surprised. Not only did he catch the primal chaos mysterious energy, he even got an unexpected reward. Buy one, get one free? Amazing. I clearly did not bring fooding here. Could it be that secret master pitted me and secretly gave me a wave of luck? This might be a trap. Han Xiao stroked his chin and asked, then what's it called? Its name is Na. Oh, according to what you call it, it should be the holy light particle. Holy light particle? Han Xiao's eyes flickered. This was also a familiar name. Sharing the same husband with the primal chaos mysterious energy was the second Esper ability that Evans had. As an important character in ES God storyline, Evans had a lot of protagonist opportunities. The primal chaos mysterious energy wanted him to help take back the part of his body that ES God had taken away, so it spared no effort to help him improve his strength. It was probably like today when it voluntarily revealed the existence of the holy light particle. Furthermore, Evans had a special physique and was actually compatible with the holy light particle. The two primal Esper ability entities reached some kind of agreement and decided to share a host. At that time, Evans was the first person in the entire universe to have multiple hosts, achieving the achievement of having multiple queens at once. The life of a harem-type protagonist was undoubtedly displayed. Speaking of which, this young man is really a talent. Even if he can't be a host, recruiting him into the army can increase my luck. No problem. I don't mind having more primal Esper ability entities. Where's the holy light particle? Han Xiao was interested. As far as I know, it has been entrenched in a secondary dimension for a long time. That's a world where light materializes. Everything is made up of colorful light. The solid light is like dazzling gems, and the liquid light is like thick and sticky milk. The primal chaos mysterious energy described it in as much detail as possible, showing its deep enmity toward its nemesis. At the same time, Han Xiao's interface moved. You have triggered the mission, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy's Nemesis. Mission Introduction. You have captured the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. It is a very casual guy. If you can help it solve a small problem, it is willing to fight alongside you. Mission requirements. Defeat another Primal Esper ability entity, Holy Light Particle. Reward. 24 GB experience, 2 character summon cards, special milestone mission unlocked, Primal Esper ability collector. Chapter 1040. Damn, it even gave me a mission. Han Xiao glanced at it curiously. Primal Esper ability entities were very strong, but they were nothing to him at the moment. To paraphrase an anime he had seen in his previous life, the existence of primal Esper ability entities was somewhat similar to that of a tailed beast. In the beginning, it was exaggerated to the skies, as if it was invincible, but in the later stages, in the eyes of those super combat forces that could easily move mountains and fill seas and plant trees. Could this thing even kill people? Similarly, the host was like a Jinchuriki. If the primal Esper ability entities met a powerful host, they would have a chance to unleash even more power. Looking at the mission reward, Han Xiaoxin started to calculate. From the difficulty of this mission, it requires a large number of Calamity-grade players to form a team. It's a team mission in the later versions, but the EXP reward fits the criteria. 2 character summon cards, probably for the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and the Holy Light Particle. To the players, they basically can't take over the Primal Esper ability entities, so the character summon cards are useful. I can subdue them, so the character summon cards are just a bonus to me. Only this special milestone mission seems interesting. This was usually a hidden mission. Han Xiao had seen other special milestones in his previous life, but this was the first time he had seen Primal Esper ability collector. No one had triggered it in his previous life. It does sound cool, but I don't know what effect it has. Maybe it's more suitable for espers? Han Xiao stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, and put this question aside. No matter what, he was going to push for the holy light particle anyway, mainly to get another primal Esper ability entity. The mission was just a bonus. He would see what this special milestone mission was about when the time came. Right now, he had no clue. I promise you this. I'll definitely get the holy light particle to accompany you. Then, when do we leave? The primal chaos mysterious energy could not wait. It looked like it wanted to take revenge, but based on his experience in his previous life, Han Xiao felt that it could not wait to meet its old flame. Esper ability. Han Xiao thought for a while, shook his head, and said, "Not now. I still have some things to do. When the time is right, I'll make a move on it." He had some things to do at the moment. His first task was to create the king and the emperor's cape, the two gold equipment. At the same time, he also had to research a special carrier for the primal chaos mysterious energy and create a mechanical host. This way, he could have a special mechanical guard with a high-risk Esper ability. Its grade was not easy to determine, and it depended on the performance of the carrier. If he could turn it into a mechanical life form, with the effect of the Esper ability, it would definitely be able to display dazzling combat strength. Of course, there were similar precedents in the mechanic class. The Beyond grade, as captured by the Mechanic Emperor, were used to create special mechanical puppets. Apostle weapons were a high-level troop type given by the class, and mechanics could create their own unique high-level troop type. On the other hand, the information revealed by his secret master also made Han Xiao even more certain that Hela's situation was dangerous. Therefore, his main body still had to hide in the Emerald Star cluster and wait for the opportunity to move. At the same time, players from all over the universe were rushing to the flickering world, and the situation in the world server was quickly taking shape. According to Han Zhao's understanding of the players, although he was harvesting leeks happily, the army players standing out like cranes in a flock of chickens would also be targeted by the players of other factions. He had to stay here and observe the situation. Due to the existence of the Black Star Corps, the trajectory of the players in the flickering world was naturally different from his previous life, so he had to adapt to the situation. Compared to the importance of these things, the issue of the holy light particle had to be put aside for a while. Not to mention, this mission also required him to make a trip to the secondary dimension and find out which secondary dimension the holy light particle was in. All right, I'll wait. The primal chaos mysterious energy did not mind. It had a long lifespan, so it was not in a hurry. It understood that Black Star's current identity was its master, not a tool like the previous host. Its only regret was that it would probably be sealed in a lifeless mechanical body, unable to communicate with others, so it was not as interesting as being played by the host. Sigh. I clearly found a perfect partner not long ago, but it's a pity that I won't be able to fuse with him. At this time, Han Xiao disconnected the mental connection, put the primal chaos mysterious energy into his pocket, stood up, put away the divine mechanical throne, summoned a spaceship, and returned with Psionic Prime and the others. As the ownership of the primal chaos mysterious energy was settled, all the retreating participants no longer had any intention of keeping a secret. They quickly released a recording of the scene on the internet, and in just a few hours, it was on the headlines. The primal chaos mysterious energy appears, falling into Black Star's hands. The changes in the flickering world now affected the nerves of the entire universe. The primal chaos mysterious energy appeared in the free competition zone and fell into Black Star's hands. This news ignored the distance in reality and quickly spread on the internet of the various star fields. The galactic residents did not know much about primal Esper ability entities, but the super high-risk Esper ability list was very famous. Furthermore, there were two popular titles, Flickering World and Black Star. At the same time, there was a recording of the battle in the news. Therefore, it was not surprising that the news was so popular. It quickly became the topic of conversation for countless galactic residents. A few hours after the news was released, the production company of Wayne Cards announced that they would be creating a new card for the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy, possibly joining the Black Star Corps faction card deck. They were also considering releasing the Primal Esper Ability Entities series of cards in the future. The players who liked to surf the internet also saw this news. While being surprised, they also remembered the new concept of primal esper ability entities. However, the news this time was mainly focused on the primal chaos mysterious energy. Blackstar had done too many shocking things. Compared to the big events in the past, this was not as big of a deal. Therefore, countless galactic residents and players were used to it. They already knew that Blackstar was amazing. This is just a basic operation. Sit down. In a secret military base of the Dynasty in the Central Galaxy, one of the internal bars was packed with people. It was very noisy, filled with loud shouts and laughter, as well as the sound of people gulping down alcohol. The atmosphere was very lively. The guests present were all warriors and officers wearing the Dynasty's uniform. This military base was mainly used as a training ground. A large number of people from the Dynasty were trained here. Because it was a half-closed base, there were internal entertainment venues, mainly bars. In the current era, the civilizations were not too harsh on the super soldiers. The treatment and benefits were very good. Even in closed training, they had a certain degree of freedom to enjoy life. A few super key training camps were also training here. They were all members who were on the Dynasty's key training list. God was one of them. He was also training in this base. At this moment, a row of key trainees were sitting at the bar counter. They were all calamity grades. They were drinking and chatting with each other. God was among them. He raised his glass with a calm smile on his face and occasionally added a few words. He looked like he was quite popular, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. He was the most valued one among all the trainees. The Esper ability, he had had a bright future, so he had always been a popular person in the training camp. One of them shook his head and said with a smile, "Among us, the one who is most likely to break through the beyond grade A boundary is you, God. There's really no comparison. We might all become your subordinates in the future and need you to take care of us." Speaking of which, if you become a beyond grade A, what position do you plan to take? I don't think you'll be part of the ruler's bodyguard. I don't think the Empire will send you out, so they'll probably let you be the commander of some army so you can quickly rise to the upper echelons of the military. Another person said, "I don't care." God smiled. He was a direct beyond grade A of the Dynasty, so his development direction was naturally different from his allies. He could step into the core of the Dynasty's power, just like the Dark Emperor. According to the past, we might be assigned to your army in the future. TSK, we might as well take turns toasting to our future commander. If we don't get you drunk today, don't even think about leaving. Someone laughed loudly. God smiled and dealt with the enthusiasm of his colleagues. Just as the atmosphere was getting heated, God suddenly saw the news playing on the virtual screen on the wall of the bar. His expression froze, and his smile quickly disappeared. His abnormal reaction stunned his colleagues. They followed his gaze and saw that the virtual screen was playing the news about the primal chaos mysterious energy being taken away by Blackstar. Yo, Blackstar is doing something new again. Impressive, as expected of the next generation leader appointed by the Dynasty. A few years ago, when I was baptized by the Evolution Cube, I saw him up close and almost couldn't help but ask for his autograph. Luckily, he's an ally of our Dynasty and didn't get taken away by Radiance and Ethereal. This is the Dynasty's blessing. They cannot help but talk about this topic. Everyone there was a calamity grade who respected the strong. Many of them were fans of the Dynasty's beyond grade A allies, and quite a few of them were fans of Blackstar. At this time, God put down his glass, stood up expressionlessly, and said, "I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he didn't wait for the crowd to react. He walked straight through the crowd and left the bar, leaving many of his colleagues in the same place. They looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? What's wrong? On the other side, God left the bar, quickly returned to his room, took out his communicator, and contacted Beccarodi. It rang for a while before the other side picked up. God immediately took the initiative. "You told me to wait for good news, and this is your so-called good news?" Beccarodi was silent for a few seconds before slowly replying. Blackstar's intervention was unexpected. The primal chaos mysterious energy is indeed in his hands now. Then, what do you plan to do? God was expressionless. I'll try to salvage the situation and see if I can exchange for the primal chaos mysterious energy for Blackstar. God was silent. He did not ask what he would do if he could not exchange for it. The dynasty was willing to give him the primal chaos mysterious energy because they wanted him to make full use of his Esper ability and enter the beyond grade A realm as soon as possible so that he could analyze the theory of evolution energy for the dynasty. Without the primal chaos mysterious energy, the dynasty could wait for him to grow slowly. However, to God, this meant that he had lost a major source of combat power. Without the various special abilities of the primal chaos mysterious energy, it severely disrupted the growth plan he had set for himself. He would not be able to reach the strongest state he had imagined. This meant that the upper limit of his future combat power was directly cut off. Blackstar can't use the primal chaos mysterious energy himself, so as long as we have enough bargaining chips, he'll still exchange for it. It's not like there's no chance. Beccarodi was still analyzing the situation when God interrupted him. That's all for now. Let me know if there's any progress. Then God hung up and frowned. He was in a very bad mood. He did not want to pretend to be nice to Beccarodi. He knew very well that the chances of getting the primal chaos mysterious energy back were slim. The dynasty would not pay a high price for a dispensable primal Esper ability entity, and Blackstar was a B* star who would never make a loss. With his understanding of both parties, the chances of a deal being made were close to zero. God shook his head and crossed out the name of the primal chaos mysterious energy in his mind. With his current strength, he was not qualified to participate in the battle for the primal chaos mysterious energy at all. The only way was to borrow the dynasty's strength. Since the dynasty had failed, there was nothing he could do about it. He had not grown up yet, and Blackstar's force was getting bigger and bigger. If the primal chaos mysterious energy was gone, so be it. Now is far from the time to mess with Blackstar. I thought that with the dynasty's help, this thing would be in the bag. I didn't expect you to cut me off. Now, I have no choice but to change my growth plan. TSK, Blackstar. Oh, Blackstar, you really know how to give me trouble. God was in a very bad mood. Emerald Star Cluster, Moto Civilization Base, in front of the remote communication room connected to the Moto Civilization's mother planet, two guards were whispering to each other. How long have the commander and inspector been in there? Almost an hour. Seems like His Excellency 3 Kings summoned them. I wonder when they'll come out. Hey, the door's open. The door's open. Quick, stand still. The door of the room slid open. The two guards hurriedly stood up straight, stopped talking, and looked straight ahead like they were not slacking off. However, they could not help but glance at Commander Roddick and Inspector Lagos from the corner of their eyes. Roddick's face was green, and his face was extremely dark like he was about to explode. Lagos, on the other hand, had his head lowered and looked listless. Due to the pointless sacrifice of dozens of calamity-grade elites, Roddick was scolded by the Moto 3 Kings and even scolded by his direct superior. Among the upper echelons, his impression was at rock bottom. Although he was only carrying out the mission given to him by his superiors, and the loss of dozens of calamity grades was not his fault, he could only take the blame. He was so angry that he was about to explode. Lagos could not comfort him. He hesitated and asked, "Our upper echelons have suffered heavy losses." His Excellency 3 Kings also said that similar things are not allowed to happen again. What do you plan to do? It's all because of Blackstar. Roddick clenched his fists and said angrily, "If we continue to be passive like this, Blackstar will still be able to eat away at our strength. If we don't solve this problem completely, similar things will happen again. If we could stop Blackstar, we would have done it a long time ago." Lagos smiled bitterly and could only ask, "Then what do you think?" "If we can kill Blackstar," Riddick muttered to himself. When he turned his head, he saw Lagos's expression that said, "I'm afraid you're not awake yet." He swallowed the rest of his words, thought for a moment, and changed his words. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's impossible for us to become enemies with Blackstar by ourselves. We can only rely on external forces. If we give the Blackstar Corps a huge problem and make him have no time to care about us, we might be able to alleviate the situation. For example, hearing this, Roddick opened his mouth and felt bitter. If it was so easy to think of this, how could he have ended up in such a state? If he did not make any contributions, he would probably have no hope of being promoted in the future. Cooperating with the official advertisement. Super Godly Mechanic has released its first credit card. If you apply for the card, you will become a VIP. You will receive 8,888 coins, 180-day free card membership, 300 yuan gift pack, an exclusive badge. The first 500 cards are free to apply. Application method. App, personal account page, starting star exclusive card. Scroll down to find the corresponding card. Chapter 1041. Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, an exploration fleet of a small financial group was moving through the universe. An organization like this was unable to occupy a resource planet and could only earn some profits through normal exploration and employment. This was very common in the flickering world. Exploration ships and transport ships were the main spaceships of this fleet. As an expedition fleet, other than the necessary crew of every ship, they were also equipped with additional manpower. They lived in a travel ship that specialized in transporting people. It mainly had living facilities, and the upper limit of the number of people it could carry was far beyond the exploration-type spaceships. Most of the staff who were not in the crew role usually lived in it. This long-distance travel ship was like a mobile space station. It was even larger than the industrial transport ship in the fleet. It took care of logistics and food supply, and it was also equipped with many entertainment facilities to satisfy the entertainment needs of the crew. The competition in the flickering world was very fierce now. If there were no daily benefits, it would be very difficult to recruit employees. As a commercial financial group, the employees were not exactly loyal, and the living conditions were also an important factor in attracting employees. The hall of the space station was a multifunctional social entertainment venue. There were entertainment facilities and various shops everywhere for the crew to spend. The hall was the bottom floor, and the vertical structure was a circular corridor. This meant that the space above the hall was a horizontal bridge made of transparent material. One could see pedestrians walking by when they looked up. It looked like a bustling commercial square with a dense flow of people. On one side of the hall was the staff cafeteria. It was lively and noisy, and employees of various jobs could be seen there. At this moment, in the corner of the cafeteria, Evans was sitting alone at a table, eating the staff meal bit by bit. His cheeks were puffed up as he chewed, and his eyes were lowered as he stared at the table in a daze. He was still wearing the yellow protective suit, and his hood was open. He looked plain and unassuming, just like the most ordinary ground crew member. 99% of the people who did this job were ordinary people, the lowest employees of the financial group. The tables around him were filled with other ground crew members. They were eating and chatting, bursting into laughter from time to time. Occasionally, someone's gaze would sweep past the lonely Evans, but they did not stop at all. They treated him like air and ignored him. Evans had long been used to this. The ground crew members were basically ordinary people. Their efficiency was not high, and many of them liked to slack off. In comparison, he was more diligent and never slacked off. He often exceeded the quota, so he was often publicly praised by the team manager and received quite a lot of bonuses. Because of this attitude, some of his colleagues, perhaps out of jealousy or perhaps because they didn't like him, a former prisoner who had just been released from prison, banded together with a small group of people to isolate him. Gradually, more and more people stopped interacting with him. Evans did not mind being ostracized. He was too lazy to socialize with his colleagues in the first place. After spending many years in prison, he no longer cared what others thought of him. "Hey, Evans, you're sitting alone?" At this time, a familiar voice sounded from the side. Evans looked up and saw a familiar person standing next to him with a tray. It was the supervisor of his orderly team. There were many small teams in the ground service department, and each team was further divided into small groups. The leader of this small team was just a basic cadre with no status. He was Evans's direct superior who favored him. "There's no one around, right? How about I share a table with you? You don't mind, right? The team manager chuckled. I don't mind. Evans gestured for him to take a seat. The team manager sat opposite him and ate while chatting with Evans. Only then could the surrounding ground service staff not ignore Evans's table and turn to greet their superior. Evans was helpless. He lowered his voice and said, Manager, you don't have to help me out. I really don't care about being ostracized. That won't do. What if you're in a bad mood and slack off? Our team's work quota might depend on you. The team manager shrugged. Evans smiled bitterly. This manager was also an ordinary person and a good person. Because of his outstanding work efficiency, he took care of him a lot and was quite friendly. After finishing his meal quickly, Evans called out to the manager, who was still eating. He then stood up with his empty tray, walked to the canteen's recycling window, and threw the tray in. At this time, a few people in mechanical suits walked into the canteen. They were all the most basic mercenaries. Their faces were not right, and they were filled with excitement. They walked toward him and attracted his attention. Supers. Looks like they've taken some mental stimulants and are high. Evans looked at this group of people a few more times. Just as he was about to walk past them and leave the canteen, he suddenly heard the volume of the conversation of these basic mercenaries suddenly increase. One of them seemed to be very excited. You don't believe that I've discovered a new way to use my Esper ability? I'll show you. As soon as he finished speaking, the excited mercenary clenched his fist, and the air around him gathered together to form an invisible ball of wind. He slammed the ball under his feet, and the ball of wind exploded, turning into tiny wind blades that scattered in all directions. The financial group had a rule that no one was allowed to use their Esper ability in public. The lightest punishment was a fine, and the heaviest punishment was dismissal. However, these grade D mercenaries who had just used mental stimulants were in a state of excitement and had completely lost their minds. They had completely forgotten this rule. The surroundings instantly fell into chaos. The ground was filled with cut marks. The surrounding staff immediately suffered an unexpected disaster and hurriedly dodged. Because the power of the wind ball was limited, the others were not injured much. However, Evans was the closest and was blown away by the wind pressure. His protective suit was cut into pieces. A smear of red appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Someone's injured. Many people immediately gathered around to watch the show. The staff of the ground crew squeezed in. When they saw that the injured person was Evans, they suddenly stopped in their tracks, hesitating whether they should go forward to help him. Just as they were hesitating, the team manager had already quickly walked up and anxiously helped Evans up to check his wound. Where are you injured? Let me see. It's just a small wound. I'm fine. Ouch. Evans' face was tense, but the twitching of the corners of his eyes showed that his wound was quite painful. His body was cut by the wind blades, and his flesh was lacerated. He was bleeding profusely, and soon his protective suit was dyed scarlet. At this time, a few patrolling guards heard the commotion and ran in. What's going on here? The team manager pointed at the mercenaries with an angry expression. They violated the rules and used their Esper abilities in public, causing accidental injuries. The guard frowned and glanced at the scene. When he saw that Evans was injured, he immediately looked at the mercenaries and asked in a deep voice, "Is that true?" After this accident, these people sobered up a little. The mercenary who threw the wind ball coughed. "I did it by accident. It's just an accident. I'll go receive my punishment later." Fortunately, only one person was injured. At most, you'll have your salary deducted. It's nothing. Seeing this, the guard comforted the mercenaries and turned to look at Evans. His gaze lingered on the ground crew uniform he was wearing, and he said casually, "You're Evans. It's just some flesh wounds. Go to the medical room and bandage them. You won't die." That's it. The team manager was dissatisfied. Not even an apology? This is my negligence. Sorry. The mercenary who committed the crime glanced at Evans and said perfunctorily. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone, and he was not sincere at all. What kind of attitude is that? The team manager was indignant. This time, the guard impatiently interrupted. All right, he has already apologized. His salary will be deducted later. Don't be so stubborn. Although the guard looked like he was doing his job, there was a difference in his attitude. He was also a super. Seeing that this mercenary had only accidentally injured an ordinary ground crew member, he did not think that it was a big deal. In his opinion, although this mercenary had committed a crime, as long as he accepted his punishment, it would be best to appease him appropriately. This was more important than an ordinary person. This mercenary also had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Seeing that Evans would not die, he could not be bothered to look anymore and turn around to chat with his companions. This scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding people. Many ordinary people had complicated expressions on their faces. Most supers did not care about the impact they had on ordinary people. Ordinary people knew this very well. Even if the other party obediently apologized and accepted his punishment, their attitude was still indifferent. Seeing this, many people felt a little angry. The fact that supers had special privileges was the tacit rule of the entire universe. They were divided into two classes compared to ordinary people. This was already a chronic problem of class opposition. This time, Evans pulled the team manager and stood up with his hands on his knees. Blood dripped onto the ground, splashing into blood flowers. He endured the pain and said, "I'm fine. Consider it my bad luck. Come with me to the medical room." The team manager glared at the other party and gave up on the idea of arguing. He turned around and helped Evans out of the crowd silently. It's fine. Disperse." The guard also waved his hands. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Bang! The spaceship suddenly shook, as though it had stopped in an instant. Even the internal shock-absorbing system could not eliminate the huge inertia. Everyone present staggered and fell to the ground in a panic. What happened? It seems like the spaceship was forced to stop. Did we encounter galactic pirates? Just as everyone got up in panic and was about to swarm out of the cafeteria to seek refuge, the internal broadcast of the spaceship suddenly sounded, echoing throughout the entire spaceship. Everyone could hear it. "This is the Black Star Corps. Your spaceship has been temporarily forced to stop by us. Don't panic. Our goal is only to find one person. His name is Evans, one of your ground maintenance members." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes focused on Evans. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Evans' surroundings turned into an empty space. Everyone avoided him like he was a snake or a scorpion. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. The Black Star Corps is looking for this guy? How do you offend the Black Star Corps and make them go to such lengths to find him? Does he have some other background? At this moment, Evans' ordinary appearance suddenly became mysterious in the eyes of everyone around him. Black Star Corps. Evans was stunned. Isn't this a high-level organization that I can never come into contact with? Why are they looking for me? They should be looking for the wrong person. He turned around and looked at the team leader. At this time, the team leader had already shaken off his hand and was hiding far away with a face of fear. Just as Evans was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the few guards and mercenaries had walked up and surrounded him. "What are you doing?" "To prevent you from escaping. Since the Black Star Corps wants to see you, you will wait here obediently," the guard said coldly. Evans clenched his fists tightly, and his chest rose and fell rapidly. After a while, he released his fists weakly and said helplessly, "Don't worry, I won't run. I also want to know what's going on." Everyone waited there for a while. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside, and a group of people walked in. The upper echelons, who were usually arrogant, were all humbly accompanying the group of Black Star Corps warriors. The leader of the warriors was a grade B super, and he was already a big shot to these bottom-level employees. The place became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to breathe loudly. The group of people walked in front of Evans, and the fleet commander pointed at him. "He's the person you're looking for." This grade B Black Star Corps warrior sized him up with an expressionless face. "You're Evans?" Evans took a deep breath. "This is indeed my name, but I don't have any interactions with the Black Star Corps. I think you've got the wrong person." Hearing this grade B captain took out a resume and showed it to him. "This is your resume, right?" Looking at it closely, Evans was shocked. He nodded with a face full of confusion and confusion. The Black Star Corps is really looking for me? That's right. They're looking for you. Follow me. The Gray Bee captain nodded. Wait, I want to know, why are you looking for me? Evans could not help but ask. Everyone present perked up their ears and waited quietly for the next part of the story. They also wanted to know the reason why the Black Star Corps would not hesitate to look for an ordinary person. Hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on the B-rank captain's face. He took the initiative to extend his hand and said warmly, You're the talent that His Excellency Black Star wants to recruit. Brother, welcome to the Black Star Corps. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. Boom! Then, as though a bomb had exploded, an uproar erupted. What? The team manager's body trembled, and he was dumbfounded. The guards and mercenaries just now were frozen on the spot, and they were shocked to the point of insanity. Everyone present was shocked, and some even thought that they were hallucinating. Countless gazes of disbelief gathered on Evans. Do we hear wrongly? That famous beyond great a Black Star had actually singled out an ordinary person to recruit him? Could it be that he's a talent that even beyond grade as are tempted by? I can't tell normally. He must be deliberately hiding his talent. You can't judge a book by its cover. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe as they exclaimed in their hearts. This was especially so for those who usually ostracized Evans. They hurriedly lowered their heads, sweating profusely, afraid that Evans would notice them. Their hearts were filled with regret. Recruit me? Evans was dumbfounded. At this moment, he fell into deep self-doubt. What do I do to deserve this? A beyond grade A is actually interested in me? Is it really like what I imagined when I was young? Is the power of the evil universe overlord, the Lord of Destruction, the Black Demon, King sealed my body? At the same time, in the distant ancient star desert, in a mysterious base, a few figures were discussing the news of the appearance of the primal chaos mysterious energy in a private conference room. Another primal Esper ability entity has appeared. To think that it's the primal chaos mysterious energy. We have to find a way to get it. It's in the hands of Black Star. Black Star is a newly emerged beyond grade A in the past few decades. His growth rate is extremely shocking, and he's not easy to deal with. Black Star can live for a very long time. We don't have that much time to wait. The primal Esper ability entity is the key to opening the third sanctum. We can't afford to lose it. Let's use the products we've developed over the years. The primal chaos mysterious energy is an important material for synthesis. We have to get it back. Unfortunately, ES God's body is in the hands of the Red Empire. Otherwise, his Esper ability would be the best tool. Speaking of which, Thousand Shadows is almost ready. We should be able to harvest it soon. Before the agreed date, we have to prepare the awakening ceremony. May the glory of the primordial ones never fade. Chapter 1042. Abyss of Stars, Thousand Shadows Territory, Shadow's Ancestral Land. The black, gaseous planet was still floating beside the Shadow's ancestral land like a black satellite. Thick black energy flowed on its surface, creating tidal waves from time to time. A spaceship was hovering beside the black satellite. The hatch was wide open, and the expressionless calamity-grade shadow servants pushed down the prisoners of various races that they had captured from different star fields. Most of them were calamity grades, but there were also low-grade supers with special abilities. These prisoners were all covered in restraining devices and were extremely weak. Their abilities were suppressed, and they had almost no ability to fight back. The scene was like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Every time someone landed on the surface of the black satellite, a black energy wave would sweep over and swallow them up, disappearing without a trace. This scene was Thousand Shadow servants replenishing his shadow servants. There were close to 1,000 prisoners in this batch, and they were all swallowed up by the planet-sized Thousand Shadows. At this time, the space beside the spaceship suddenly fluctuated, and a shadow suddenly appeared. It was covered in a black hooded robe, and its appearance and body could not be seen. The edges of the shadow were in the shape of flames, as if it was constantly emitting fog. It looked like a black cloud. This was not a remote projection of the quantum network, but some kind of mental projection. Only Thousand Shadows and his shadow servants could see it. The next moment, the surface of Thousand Shadows' planet suddenly fluctuated violently, and a black tsunami formed a shape. Very soon, a face appeared on the surface of the planet. It was just a simple eye, nose, and mouth made of energy vortexes. There was no concept of appearance. It was opening its mouth as if it was roaring silently. Two invisible mental waves were released from both sides, entangling with each other and forming a mental communication link. How's the progress? How long until the transformation is complete? The shadow asked. I don't know. Thousand Shadows is very tenacious. How much consciousness does he have left? Not much. I've already taken control of his body and inherited all his memories. As long as I completely devour his last bit of consciousness, the transformation process can be greatly accelerated. Try to speed it up. You're the core of our plan. We've tried all kinds of methods over the years and finally realized that if we want to open the third sanctum, we can only unlock it with Esper abilities. Therefore, you're the foundation of our synthesis ritual, the vessel to contain other primal Esper ability entities. Don't worry. Back then, Thousand Shadows wanted to become immortal, so he borrowed your technology to activate me. Humph, that greedy fellow dug his own grave. When he broke free from the limitations of his physical body, he also suffered from my backlash. You've given me life and consciousness. When I transform into a true primal Esper ability form, I'll be able to help you. Yes, when the plan is completed, we promise you your freedom. After saying that, the illusory figure flicked his sleeves and disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. The surging waves on the surface of the black star sphere calmed down. The facial features disappeared, and the restless black energy returned to normal. The news of the appearance of the primal chaos mysterious energy only maintained its popularity for a few days. In the current flickering world, conflicts were endless, and the popularity of the news was gone in an instant. Very soon, other news attracted the attention of the galactic residents and the various organizations, replacing the primal chaos mysterious energy as the headline. As the final winner of the battle, the whereabouts of the Black Star Mechanical Army also received a certain amount of attention. However, they soon disappeared without a trace, and their movements were not noticed by the outside world. At this moment, Han Zhao's invisible spaceship was located in a space not far away from Hella's territory in the Emerald Star Cluster. He was talking to Ames. That's the situation. I invited you over as a guest to protect your student Hella. On one hand, I wanted to pretend that my main body is still in the base to make the enemies in the dark lower their guard. On the other hand, I wanted you to help protect the base and take care of Aurora. So, I really didn't stand you up, Han Xiao said with a helpless tone. On the screen, Ames was playing with a green force field with her eyes lowered. Although her tone was calm, it was filled with an inexplicable sense of danger. If you said it directly, I would still help you. Do you not trust me? How can that be? Didn't you mainly want to see Aurora after her promotion? Didn't you see her now? Plus, when I invited you, I didn't say that I wanted to see you. Han Xiao scratched his head and joked. I didn't say it directly mainly because I wanted to be tactful. I knew that if I said it, you would definitely agree. After all, I'm already so strong. I was afraid that you would think that I was ordering you around. Heh, you didn't order me around, but I feel like you're using me. Isn't that worse? Ames narrowed her eyes, and a green light flashed in her eyes. Sai, that's not right. With our relationship, what's there to differentiate between each other? It's too heavy to say that you're using me. Han Xiao waved his hand. Is that so? You used me many times in the past. Ames smiled faintly. The past is the past. Things are different now. Our two forces have each other in them. We've already become a loving family. As family, it's normal to joke around occasionally. Tisk, who's your family? Shameless. Ames frowned and spat softly. Seeing this, Han Xiao laughed and teased. Hee hee. Do you really want to see me that much? Do you want me to go back and accompany you? You think too highly of yourself. Who wants to see you? Ames paused, withdrew her force field, waved her hand, and said casually, "You can stay there and protect my student. Do you need me to go and help?" "No need. You think I'm weak?" Ames raised her eyebrows slightly. "Ahem, what are you talking about? There's something else I need your help with. Stay at Blackstar Palace and pretend that my main body is there. Since it's for my student, I'll continue to cooperate with you, but don't thank me so quickly. That's that. I haven't forgotten that you tricked me. Then, when I go back, I'll accompany you to the secondary dimension for a trip." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Just the two of us. Coincidentally, I have to go to the secondary dimension to catch the holy light particle in the future. This way, it won't affect my work. I'm so smart." "Okay, it's settled then." Ames had no objections. Although she had been tricked after coming all the way here, she had been playing with Aurora every day, and her anger had already subsided. If it were anyone else who had played and used her like this, Ames would definitely be angry. However, if the prankster was Blackstar, she did not mind. Only people close to her could do such things to her. Furthermore, this reminded her of the dark history of Blackstar using her when he was weak. She could not help but miss it. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao hung up and turned to look at the workbench at the side. He was currently in the machinery workshop of the spaceship, controlling all kinds of manufacturing equipment with his mechanical force and building the King mechanical suit. Beside him, there were already a few failed products. Although they were called failed products, they were actually all orange equipment. They were all rare and good equipment, but they did not reach the level of universal treasures in the blueprint. Not only were their performance much weaker, but they also did not have those magical effects. Furthermore, the cost was terrifyingly high. In his eyes, they were all failures. Putting away the communicator, Han Xiao finally did not have to be distracted and focused on building the king in front of him. The spirit instrument talent on his attribute interface had always been shining. This talent would only be activated when he was building universal treasures. However, halfway through, Philip suddenly appeared and said that a few mechanical soldiers had secretly brought Evans to the spaceship. "Bring him over then." Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. After a while, the door of the workshop opened, and a man walked in with a few mechanical soldiers surrounding him. It was Evans. As soon as Evans entered, he saw a handsome and domineering man in black looking at him with a smile. He immediately became nervous. "Your Excellency Blackstar? That's me." Han Xiao smiled and nodded. He sized Evans up and down. His first impression was that he was ordinary, too ordinary. Evans only felt that Han Zhao's gaze seemed to be able to see through him, making him unable to hide. He immediately became nervous. Although he was usually more calm, facing a top figure in the universe like Blackstar, he could not remain calm. Evans took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and asked, "Your Excellency Blackstar, I'm just an ordinary person without any super genes. I wonder what you see in me." Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled playfully. "Your physique is special. I'm very interested." "Special physique?" Evans was stunned. He looked down at himself and felt that he was the opposite of the word special. "Anyway, don't worry. I'm a beyond grade A, so I won't make things difficult for an ordinary person like you. Your life won't be in danger here. At most, I'll need you to cooperate with my experiment. After that, you can work as a clerk in the army. The pay will be much better than the financial groups you worked for before. What do you think? You've already brought me here. How can I refuse?" Evans smiled bitterly. He had just been released from prison. He came to the flickering world not only to broaden his horizons, but also to find a job to make a living. He did not mind working for the Black Star Corps. The pay was much higher anyway. Seeing that he did not have any objections, Han Xiao picked up the syringe and walked to Evans. He signaled for him to stand still and drew a tube of blood from him. Han Xiao did not lie. He did have the intention of doing experiments with Evans. Evans was the co-host of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and the Holy Light Particle, so his physique was naturally special. Han Xiao wanted to build a mechanical carrier for the Primal Esper ability, So extracting Evan's cells for research would allow him to understand the principle of compatibility and speed up the research process. On the other hand, Han Zhao's injection also caused damage and triggered a combat notification. Opening the interface and looking at Evan's attributes, Han technician's eyes sparkled. The attributes of an ordinary person were very simple. Only two special talents caught Han Zhao's attention. One of them was intermediate luck glow, which proved that he was a main character. Han Zhao guessed that the reason why it was intermediate was because while Evans obtained power, he also gained an enemy, an ES god. The other special talent was called Top Esper Ability Affinity Physique. Its effect was related to the Esper class and could greatly increase the compatibility of primal Esper ability entities. At the same time, when being attacked by an Esper, there was a chance to recover a certain amount of health and energy. Furthermore, the difficulty of developing one's own Esper ability would be greatly reduced, and the power of one's Esper ability would be greatly increased. It could even passively increase one's Esper ability potential. No wonder he can have two primal Esper ability entities. This talent is practically the perfect mechanical sense of the Esper class. Its effect is way too domineering. Han Zhao was amazed. Normally, with this talent, everyone should be able to awaken as an Esper. However, Evans was an ordinary person, so this talent was wasted. Wait a minute. That's not right. With this talent, how can he not have super genes? There must be a problem somewhere. Han Zhao turned around abruptly with a burning gaze. Under Evans' unwilling expression, Han Zhao made him take off his clothes and obediently did a detailed full-body check. Evans was a poor guy in the past, so it was naturally impossible for him to find some high-end organization to check his super genes. Therefore, there might be something missing. After this check, they really found a problem. Han Zhao looked at the report and frowned. What's wrong? Evans put on his clothes and was a little nervous. It's not that you don't have super genes. I don't know who you found to check it, but they didn't check it carefully enough. As soon as he said that, Evans was stunned. He had always thought that he was an ordinary person with no talent. He did not expect that someone would suddenly tell him that he actually had talent today. Even though he was already used to being an ordinary person, he was still shocked. But don't be happy too early. Han Zhao changed the topic, waved his hand, and slowly said, "There's something wrong with your super genes. It seems to be suppressed by some kind of drug. After so many years, your super genes have shrunk to the point that they can't be detected. It's basically impossible to awaken them. This is something man-made. Did you have any enemies since you were young?" Evans forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, seriously recalled, and said with uncertainty, "I took the super gene test when I was 10 years old. If someone did this to me, it must have been before I was 10 years old. But how could I have made an enemy when I was young? Unless it's because of my family, but I'm just a normal family. How could it be?" His expression kept changing. It was fine if he did not have talent, but today he found out that he actually had talent, but it was destroyed when he was young. What was destroyed was not only his talent, but also decades of his life. Evans had already accepted his fate, but now anger was burning in his heart. Clap, clap. Suddenly, Han Zhao clapped his hands and interrupted his memories. "All right, don't think about it if you don't understand. You can look into it yourself in the future. Let's talk about something more serious. I might have a way to help you awaken." Evan's body trembled. Suppressing his excitement, he asked with a deep voice, "What should I pay?" "Very simple. I originally thought that you were just an ordinary person. If you can awaken your Esper ability, just fight for me." Han Zhao paused, smiled, and slowly said, "I've looked into your information. When you were still an ordinary person, in order to protect your friends, you thought of a way to kill a low-grade super in a fit of anger. Not every ordinary person has such courage. You have the talent to fight, and you once refused to accept your fate. Maybe the many years in prison have cooled your passion. But now, you might have a chance to be reborn. I only hope that you don't waste it." "Okay," Evans answered without hesitation. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. His temperament was completely different from before when he had accepted his fate. He was like a sharp sword covered in dust that had shed its rust and dust, revealing its sharpness. Seeing this, Han Xiao took out a bottle of life potion that Aurora had made. Evan's symptoms were that his super genes had shrunk and lost all activity. As long as he injected enough life energy, he would be able to recover, and the life potion was the most suitable antidote. Taking out a syringe gun, Han Xiao injected 1/10 of the golden potion into Evan's body, afraid that he would not be able to take it. Buzz! The next moment, Evan's entire body glowed. His entire body was filled with rich vitality. This light only disappeared after a few minutes. Evan stood on the spot with his eyes closed. His entire appearance was completely different. He could not be any healthier. The strain and internal injuries left behind by his prison life had completely disappeared. "How do you feel?" "Like a new life." Evans opened his eyes, and the golden light in his eyes slowly disappeared. He looked at Han Xiao with gratitude. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Did you sense your Esper ability?" Hearing this, Evans frowned and carefully felt the changes. He was a little hesitant. "It does seem a little different. I seem to have a new sense. It should be an Esper ability. Use it for me to see." Han Xiao was curious. Evans nodded. He tried for a long time, but did not find any changes. He said with uncertainty, "It seems like I can't control it. Has my Esper ability really awakened?" Those who had just awakened were all grade E supers, but even if they were very weak, an Esper would not be unable to control their Esper ability. Han Xiao frowned. He felt that things were not simple. He injected Evans again and checked the combat information. However, with just one look, Han Xiao froze. He rubbed his eyes and almost thought that he was seeing things. After looking at it for more than 10 seconds, he finally came back to his senses. He looked at Evans strangely and mumbled to himself, no wonder. Do you know my Esper ability?" Evans could not help but ask. Han Xiao exhaled, patted Evan's shoulder with a complicated expression, pursed his lips, and said earnestly, "Don't worry. You have to be a good person in the future." Then, he ignored Evan's confused expression and turned his back to Evans. His mouth kept twitching, and he roared in his mind, F***CK Uncle Lee. This kid's ability is also to absorb Esper abilities. Exactly the same as ES God. No wonder all those special things about this guy in my previous life make sense now. You really are ES God's nemesis. Is this the choice of the gate of fate? He had taken the primal chaos mysterious energy and caused Evans to lose the chance to change his fate. Han Xiao originally felt a little bad and planned to compensate him. But now, the primal Esper ability is not worthy of you. You are my biggest gain from this trip. Recommended book title: The Age of Advent of the Heavens. Introduction. At the end of the era, the primordial world shattered, the celestial realm collapsed, the celestial court fell, and the heavens shattered into billions of pieces, scattered in the chaotic void. After the end of the era of heaven's voyage began. Billions of pieces of the heavens descended, plundering resources and ancient inheritances, ascending step by step, and rebuilding the celestial realm. Chapter 1043. Esper ability. Copy. This was ES God's core ability, but had appeared on Evan's body. Han Zhao's first reaction was to suspect that Evans had something to do with ES God, and a 2 million-word romance instantly popped up in his mind. However, after thinking about the plot in his previous life, he dismissed this thought. The possibility of it being a coincidence was higher. In the universe, there were many Espers who had awakened the same ability. Fire, water, force fields, these abilities were all common. It was not impossible for another Esper who could absorb Esper abilities to appear. However, such a coincidence still gave Han Xiao a sense of déjà vu. ES God had not been locked in the space-time amber for many years, and a new generation of ES God had appeared in the outside world. Could this be a cycle? And there had to be a Meow King? I didn't expect to meet a new ES God. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. With Esper ability, Copy, he would definitely walk the path of absorbing other people's Esper abilities. Evan's talent had been suppressed, but now he had no choice but to start stealing other people's talents. This was too dramatic in his eyes. Obviously, without a firm belief, the growth of this Esper ability could easily cause the owner to fall. Evans, on the other hand, had experienced decades of mortal life and tasted the bitterness of the lowest level. Perhaps he would not be as aggressive as ES God, but it was also possible that he had hidden resentment in his heart and had suppressed it for a long time before erupting. This was hard to say. He's a double-edged sword. If he can be used by me, he'll be a force with extraordinary potential. I have to try my best to guide him to stand on my side. Now that I've done him a favor, his loyalty should be very high. However, if he shows signs of falling one day, I can only kill him to prevent a second ES God from appearing. Han Xiao pondered. Although Esper ability, copy was strong, what was terrifying was ES God himself, not this Esper ability. In ES God's hands, all the absorbed Esper abilities could unleash the power of a beyond grade A super. However, without strength as a foundation, it would be futile no matter how many Esper abilities he absorbed. He was as ferocious as a tiger, but his damage was 250. No matter how flashy his methods were, he would still be defeated. Absorbing Esper abilities was to increase one's combat ability. It was counted as an ability and would not quickly increase one's level and attributes. Therefore, if Evans wanted to increase his grade, there was no shortcut. He had to train slowly like other Espers. Even if he had talent like top-grade Esper ability affinity physique, he would not be able to reach the sky in a single step. Now that Evans had just awakened, his ability was still extremely weak, only around grade E or so. Although his template was the overpowered ES God, how long had ES God lived? How much combat experience had he accumulated? God knew how long it would take for Evans to reach the beyond grade A level. Because this Esper ability was too rare, Han Xiao wanted to help him plan his growth path so that it would not be wasted. The example of ES God had already shown the limitations of Esper ability. Copy. If he absorbed too many Esper abilities, there would be a risk of his genetic chain collapsing. An Esper ability. An Esper ability physique. Esper ability affinity Esper ability, and Esper ability at low grade is Esper ability was. However, due to Evans' Esper ability affinity physique, the number of Esper abilities he could absorb should be higher than ES God's. Furthermore, Esper ability copy did not necessarily succeed in absorbing Esper abilities, but had to go through a trial. ES God had basically absorbed Esper ability users whose grade was lower than his own before using his own strength to unleash the power of a beyond grade A Esper. Therefore, it went very smoothly. In Han Zhao's memories, there was a friend called Jiu Maji who used small, formless method to activate Baldi's 72 ultimate techniques. His combat style was quite similar to ES God's. However, the success rate of absorbing the Esper abilities of someone of the same grade, or even higher, would be very low. Therefore, if Evans wanted to absorb Esper abilities of someone of a higher grade, there would be very harsh conditions. For example, the target would be on the brink of death, with extremely low stamina, energy, and health, or the target would be captured. In short, only when the target was of a higher grade and could not resist would there be a chance of success. ES God has been collecting Esper abilities for so many years, and his main Esper ability is very powerful. It's a pity that Evans can't absorb Esper abilities through the space-time amber. If I open the seal, ES God will run away. It's only been a few decades, and his consciousness won't die so easily. To be safe, I should lock him up for at least 500 years. The amber isolated all energy, and the outside world could not observe ES God's condition. He could not take the risk of letting ES God go and open the seal. Han Xiao put away this thought and thought about Evan's growth path. Very soon, he had an idea. Evans isn't suitable for ES God's path. He should take the path of absorbing Esper abilities and live a happy life. ES God was powerful, but he had absorbed too many Esper abilities, so his genetic chain was on the verge of collapse. 99% of the Esper abilities were not used by ES God in battle. Although the army had a super healer like Aurora, Han Xiao did not want her to have too much contact with Evans. At most, he would give him some life potions. The reason ES God absorbed so many Esper abilities was partly because of his obsession. He wanted to fuse with the super high-risk Esper abilities on his own, allowing himself to transform and break through the peak beyond grade A limit, becoming a brand new creature. On the other hand, part of ES God's obsession probably came from his experiences. Han Xiao had seen ES God's information before. When he was weak, ES God had always been alone and could only rely on himself. He only believed in himself, so he wanted to become omnipotent and never need a partner. Evans did not need to do that, so he did not need to absorb Esper abilities at all. Choosing only useful and powerful Esper abilities might be a more correct path. Seeing Black Star's back facing him and not speaking for a long time, Evans became more and more confused. He could not help but ask, "Your Excellency Black Star, what exactly am I?" Han Xiao came back to his senses, turned around, and patted Evans on the shoulder. "Your ability is to absorb the Esper abilities of others. This is an ability with a lot of potential." He explained it once, and Evans finally understood his own ability. But then he frowned. "I don't really like this Esper ability." Evans had a conflicted expression. His talent had been suppressed for decades, so he could empathize with this feeling. From the bottom of his heart, he did not like this Esper ability that stole the talents of others. Hearing this, Han Xiaoxin could not help but roll his eyes. "Do you think you're buying cabbages at the market? You're still being picky." After coughing, Han Technician changed his tone and said in a friendly tone, "Don't worry. Since you're my person now, I'll naturally guide your growth. You don't have to worry. I won't allow you to absorb people casually, so don't be troubled. No one is forcing you to walk the path of crime. However, at the same time, I hope that you can resist the temptation yourself. Don't think about turning other people's Esper abilities into your own just because they're good. You're only strong when you're strong. Don't be impatient and walk the wrong path." ES God is a good example. He walked the path of depravity, did evil everywhere, and made countless enemies. In the end, he was still locked up in prison by us and lost his freedom. Therefore, don't learn from him in this aspect. Be as low-key as me, understand? Hearing Black Star's warning, Evans nodded. He had also heard of the infamous ES God. Although he had the same ability, he was not the same kind of person. He secretly warned himself to stay true to himself and not become depraved like ES God. After giving some instructions, Han Xiao had some mechanical soldiers escort Evans away. Now that he was the only one left in the room, he stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "This ability is worth training. This guy's ability is worth nurturing. As long as he doesn't take a narrow path, he will definitely become a strong person in time." As for how to help him obtain his ability, for me, this is actually the easiest part. Han Xiao chuckled. In his previous life, ES God had already tried to absorb the Esper abilities of players, so Han Xiao knew very well what the result would be. It was actually feasible. Although players could revive, their bodies were physical. Other than having strange restrictions and turning into light after dying, they would also be injured and bleed in normal battles, which would be reflected in all kinds of negative statuses. In version 1.0, there were even organizations that tried to dissect players. Although due to the limit of health, the players would be boiled into soup, turned into light at the beginning of the dissection. The blood collected would be no different from that of a normal species. If an Esper player was absorbed by ES God, they would also lose their Esper ability and enter the ability freeze state. All abilities related to Esper abilities would be grayed out. This state was constant, and no ability could remove it. It was just like when an NPC had his Esper ability taken away. However, when this player died and revived, his status would be refreshed, and his Esper ability would be recovered. This involved the mechanism of Esper ability, copy. The process of the ability taking effect could be summarized as seize, analyze, genetic chain construct, solidify, and store. After seizing an Esper ability, copy would break it down, analyze it, and finally store this ability in the body of the owner in the form of a genetic chain. The genetic chain was a special substance produced by Esper ability, copy, which was a substance produced by the owner and would not disappear with the disappearance of the player. Therefore, in his previous life, there were players who sold themselves as sacrifices to ES God for money. This was something that had never happened before, and the three universal civilizations had no choice but to come up with a special policy, stating that if the immortals took the initiative to provide ES God with Esper abilities, they would be treated as wanted criminals and kicked out of the Order faction. Of course, the player's operation was very complicated, and this policy was rarely used. However, ES God was not a philanthropist. Due to the burden on his genetic chain, he would only give out abilities that he was interested in. Otherwise, even if the players offered themselves as sacrifices, he would not want them. In fact, the actions of the players even led to a hilarious misunderstanding. At first, ES God thought that this was a scheme of the three universal civilizations, specifically sending people to deliver their heads to him so that his genetic chain would collapse. After killing quite a few players, he realized that these people were truly there to deliver cannons. Cough, cough, Esper abilities. At that time, even ES God was shocked and said a famous line to the players. If I had met you guys earlier, I might have been a good person. Thinking about it, Han Xiao could not help but grin. Therefore, I don't even have to do it myself to obtain Esper abilities. As long as I issue a mission to the Esper players and give them enough rewards, people will take the initiative to come to me. This way, the tens of millions of Esper players would be a huge material library. Furthermore, no one would die. It was legal. Although he had determined the development path for Evans, with so many materials, it meant that he could slowly choose and find complementary Esper abilities to form various tactics and achieve the most perfect combination. Thinking of this, Han Xiao was completely excited. At this moment, a new plan was born in his mind. Philip, yes, draft a new plan. The content is to record the various abilities of all the Esper immortals under the army and simulate various tactical combinations based on the effects of the Esper abilities. A combination should have at least 2 Esper abilities and at most 10 Esper abilities for the time being. Put this plan in the highest confidential file. Also, don't mention Evan's existence. Okay, this will take up a little of my computing power. What's the name of this plan? No need for a name. Just a number will do. Han Xiao thought of a name like ES God Cultivation Plan, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Although it was basically impossible for his own database to be breached, Han Xiao still chose to keep a low profile, which was consistent with his personality. He had already made up his mind that before Evans grew up, he had to hide him as a secret weapon. Speaking of which, I have the Evolution Cube and the Space-Time Amber in my hands, and the army has Hela and Aurora. If I tell others that I plan to create a second-generation ES God, TSK, I'm afraid all the enemies will join forces to snatch my things. Thinking of that scene, Han Xiao could not help but tremble. He still knew what was going on. He took a while to digest his emotions before returning to the work he had just done. He continued to build more than half of the King mechanical suit. You have built a gold-grade equipment, universal treasure. You have received feedback from the spirit weapon. You have received 1 God's trait transformation point. The same blueprint cannot be obtained repeatedly. Your random attribute decreased by 200 points. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Your LUK decreased by 200 points. You have received 200 free attribute points. You have received Spirit Instrument, level 1 bonus, +2. 5% basic success rate for gold blueprints, +1. 2% basic success rate for developing gold blueprints. You have received the new talent, Universal Treasure Creator, Chapter 1044. You have received 1 legendary point. So the feedback from Spirit Instrument is this good stuff. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Spirit Instrument was a class talent that came with the promotion to Divine Throne Mechanic. It would only take effect when building universal treasures, and there would be additional bonuses if the building was successful. This was also the first time he had seen the specific bonuses, so he was pleasantly surprised. Han Xiao did not know what other channels he could use to obtain God's trait transformation points other than promotion. Now, he finally found a new way, which was to build universal treasures. The same blueprint could not be obtained repeatedly, which meant that even if he built a gold-grade King Mechanical suit, he would not obtain new God's trait transformation points. Thus, he needed to obtain other gold-grade blueprints. Han Xiao was a little curious. There were other beyond grade A mechanics who had built universal treasures in history, but in the intelligence provided by the dynasty, there was no mention of this method of God's trait transformation. Thinking about it, he had a vague guess. Some of the beyond grade, as who built universal treasures, probably did not meet the requirements for God's trait transformation, so they could not detect this effect, such as Austin. The beyond grade, as who knew about it, might have hidden out of selfishness or other reasons and not reported it, or it might have been deliberately concealed by the advanced civilizations. It might even be that the other beyond grade, as did not have an interface, and only he could obtain God's trait transformation points through this channel. Of course, it might be that the dynasty did not know about this secret, but the other 2 civilizations did. After all, the 3 universal civilizations were not a family, and would not share secrets with each other. The problem I'm facing now has finally touched the knowledge blind spot of the universal civilizations. That's right, the dynasty doesn't know about the first sanctum. Han Xiao shook his head slightly. I still have the Emperor's Cape blueprint. If I build it, I can get another God's trait transformation point. Indeed, increasing one's strength through building things is the true style of a mechanic. Han Xiao thought to himself. As for the random attribute reduction, the effect was similar to point reshuffling. Every time he leveled up or evolved, his attributes would automatically increase, and point reshuffling could add some unnecessary attribute points to his main attributes, slowly optimizing his combat strength. It was quite useful. Han Xiao felt that the point reset could be triggered repeatedly, but there might be a limit. Perhaps the extent of the point reset was related to the difficulty of creating the universal treasure. The higher the difficulty, the more points would be reset. Furthermore, based on the cost of betting on blueprints, he guessed that if the same universal treasure blueprint was used repeatedly, the efficiency of point washing might slowly decrease. For example, the first time Kingmaker washed 200 points, but the second time, it would not reach 200 points. But this time, it actually washed away my luck. Han Xiao opened his stats window and saw that his luck attribute had turned into an egg. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In Han Zhao's previous life, there was the Gambler subclass. Players had tried it, and the lowest luck stat could fall to a 0. This was the bottom line, and to Gambler, it was the last thing they could do. On the other hand, he only had 1 point of luck. When his luck dropped to 0, he gained an additional 200 points of free attribute points. Wasn't this a net gain of 199 attribute points? Am I lucky or not this time? Han Zhao's eyes twitched. Although he had profited greatly, he could not bring himself to smile. Tears were flowing from his stomach. Sometimes, only when you lost something would you know how precious it was. Brother, we can't do without you. 0 can't be 0. Han Technician gritted his teeth and solemnly pressed the plus sign behind the luck attribute. He added 1 point. In the next moment, the value of the luck attribute returned to the noble and pure one that stood aloof and independent from the world, ascending to immortality. At this moment, Han Xiao felt as if his soul had been sublimated, just like that song. Me and my last stubbornness, clenching my hands and never letting go. In reality, Han Xiao was mainly afraid that after his luck was emptied, the next time he did a point wash, the luck attribute would not be included in the random range. He had wasted a wave of attribute points. On the surface, he looked sad, but in reality, he was overjoyed. He wanted to do it a few more times. Including the stock in my interface, I now have 2,248 free attribute points. My endurance is now more than 11,700. As long as I have more than 15,000 points, I'll be able to get one more God's trait transformation point in my next promotion. I'll save it. Suppressing his excitement, Han Xiao looked at his interface. After thinking for a while, he added the one God's trait transformation point to God's trait transformation, machinery. Machinery and void represented the main class and species, respectively. The nature of these two God's trait transformation paths should be the same for everyone. After testing, the former strengthened machinery, while the latter improved race talents and provided additional attributes. Now that he had the spirit weapon as a channel to obtain God's trait transformation points, he had to develop more gold-grade blueprints. This required him to increase his machinery ability. The main class path not only increased his basic machinery affinity and ability strength, but also slightly strengthened the effects of various machinery abilities. The next moment, his cells operated at full power. The energy fluctuations increased rapidly, and his entire body emitted a dazzling electric light. His flesh and bones were hot, itchy, and stinging, causing Han Xiao to squint his eyes. God's trait transformation, machinery 2/. First stage, plus 1,000% machinery affinity, plus 20% ability strength, slightly strengthened basic effects of all mechanic abilities. Not bad. Han Xiao scratched his chin. He felt that the bonuses were less than the first time. Perhaps the first time was like a grand opening gift, so it was an exception. The higher the level, the higher the bonus. As he spoke, he looked at the new talent, Universal Treasure Creator. The introduction said that creating a universal treasure meant that he had touched upon a new level. Its effect was plus 10% machinery creation performance, plus 1 to all machinery abilities, can exceed the upper limit, plus 4% basic success rate for creating gold-grade equipment, plus 2% basic success rate for developing gold-grade blueprints. You have the Universal Treasure Creator talent. Prerequisite requirements have been met. You have received the first Sanctum ability fragment. It's this so-called the first Sanctum again. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He now had 2 ability fragments, and he did not know what they were used for. However, the trigger conditions were so harsh, so this thing was definitely not simple. Speaking of which, now that I have the core technology, if I build more kings and sell them for money, I can subsidize my family. Thinking of this, Han Xiao could not help but smile. It was just a thought. It was impossible for him to exchange his trump card for money. He was not interested in money at the moment. After counting the gains on his attribute interface, Han Xiao carefully sized up the gold-grade king mechanical suit. At this time, it had not been painted yet. The appearance of the king was a set of gorgeous full-body mechanical armor with sharp edges and corners. Every detail of the armor was extremely exquisite, revealing the beauty of top mechanical craftsmanship. It was like a piece of art. There was a palm-sized triangular device embedded in the chest, which was shining faintly. This was the only accessory of the king mechanical suit, throne. As long as it was taken off and placed anywhere, the king would be able to instantly return to the location of the throne. Its effect was not inferior to the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device. In terms of performance, it was far superior to orange equipment. As a beyond grade A mechanic exclusive equipment, it provided a 1.075x machinery affinity bonus, a 35% mechanical force bonus splash range, and various special functions. It was a mechanic-exclusive mechanical suit that was among the top of beyond grade A equipment. Han Xiao directly changed into the mechanical suit, like an experienced driver who had bought a new car. He excitedly tested it and recorded the detailed parameters before putting the mechanical suit away. This is really good stuff. If the original mechanical suit was a mid-range car like Volkswagen, the King would be a luxury car like Pagani, Koenigsegg, or Bugatti. Han Xiaoxin was satisfied and had an expression of satisfaction on his face. After sorting out his gains, he ordered the mechanical assistant to clean up the workshop while he adjusted the divine mechanical throne to lazy chair mode. Lying down, Han Xiao opened the forums and planned to reward himself with the crazy players. In version 4.0, the players' forums had undergone a targeted revision. A new flickering world board was added, which was like a world channel to the players. As more and more people arrived, the popularity of the flickering world board overshadowed all the other boards and became the most active channel for the players. Han Xiao browsed through the posts for a while and saw the new video posted by Pork Bun. The Black Star Core series had a new episode, and the content was the deeds of the army during the version update. The number of views seemed to have broken the record again. He clicked on it and took a look. It was not that this episode was very good, but because a large number of foreign players had joined the Black Star Core, and the leak field had expanded. Therefore, more people came to understand the history of the Black Star Core, and the number of views of the previous videos had skyrocketed. Since version 1.0, Pork Bun had been creating a series of videos, and there were many episodes now. The new players could watch the complete rise of the Black Star Core from scratch. As a super faction that was developed under the eyes of the players, it could give the players a strong sense of immersion. Most of the foreign players that joined the army came for the benefits and did not have any sense of belonging to the faction. Understanding the history of a faction could slowly form a cohesive force. Pork Bun series of videos were now playing a huge role like fertilizer. Of course, not every player would fall for this, but many old players already had feelings for Galaxy. Even in other star fields, the Black Star Core was not unfamiliar to them. There would always be a considerable number of people who liked the immersive experience and were willing to develop a sense of belonging to the faction. The ideological construction still has to be done. I have to instill more theoretical knowledge about the Black Star's uniqueness so that the players can feel the warmth of home. Han Xiao mumbled as he browsed through the posts. Suddenly, he saw a post exposing the Limitless Financial Group. The content was the spy mission issued by Sorokin, which required the players to purchase information from the Black Star Core players. The confidentiality of the Limitless Financial Group was actually quite good. At least, Han Xiao did not know the details from other channels. However, he could not stop the players from betraying Sorokin on the forums. It's really hard for me not to know. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. The players' forums were a special information exchange platform. No outsiders could enter, but he could browse through the players' forums. This unparalleled information advantage could only be enjoyed by him at the moment. To him, the players were a natural free intelligence network. Even if he sat at home and did nothing, the players' forums would still provide him with an endless stream of information about other organizations. Currently, the Limitless Financial Group was the organization that was most passionate about recruiting players other than himself. Sorokin, that unlucky guy, wanted to spend money to use the players' characteristics to spy for him, but he did not know that he was exposed by the players instead. Meanwhile, Han Xiao did not even have to pay anything. The happiness of privilege was just that simple, unadorned, and dry. Thinking of Sorokin's scheming face, Han Xiao even felt like laughing. I might as well let the army players accept his mission and casually sell some information to earn Sorokin's money. He's a rich man after all. It'll be a waste if I don't take advantage of him. Han Xiao was holding back his evil ideas when he suddenly saw the title of an extremely popular post. His eyes narrowed. Army players being squatted frequently. Who's targeting the Black Star Core? You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.